Billy, test 1, test 2, H, Pro, MC, I, 1. OK, puis, passe, et X.
C'est bon?
Bon, maintenant, je pense qu'on va appuyer dans les lettres bananiers, je pense.
Pour les... Oui, les bananiers. Les...
Test. Test.
Alors, je sais que quand c'est pour vous dire je sais que vous serez trouvés par tout le public, mais regardez-moi, c'est comme je dis avec vous. Ah, très bien. Oui. Enfin, vous pouvez la faire. En fait, vous me regardez pas, parce que j'ai lancé des chances. Ah oui. Parce que tu parles là, mais regardez là, vous me regardez. Vous me voyez comme je suis petite, regarde.
Pérenouille, moi je place pas les gens, hein, c'est ça?
Bon, allez,
Je place pas, hein, moi.
j'ai pas envie de vous laisser partie par vous. C'est pas grave, ça sera pas. Allez, le club, c'est le mot, parce que moi, j'ai pas.
Allez, on répète parce que
Allez,
moi,
dernière.
c'est en anglais. Et sur celui-là, et là tu enchaînes les deux quand c'est allumé. C'est ce qu'on a. Channel 2. Channel 2. Ok. Et là, il parle avec celui-là quand c'est en anglais. Il a juste... Et là, je suis sur le 2. Bah, c'est bon, du coup? Et 1, et A, et C, et, et A, C. Bon? Et 1, et C, et C.
Please greet the French Polynesian Assembly staff for a welcome song. Bonjour, good morning. My name is Raymond Allemand, and I will be your Master of Ceremonies during these 2 days. I will be speaking in French, but you have simultaneous translation in English. I'm very happy to welcome everyone from our Pacific region here in the French Polynesian Assembly. First of all, we will recall what is the schedule for today, and our conference is broadcast live on the internet and available for the whole world and for the Pacific region mainly. We will begin with a prayer, and then we will leave the floor for official speeches. The speaker of the Assembly of French Polynesia, Mr. Gaston Tong, Mr. FRITCH, President of French Polynesia, and Mr. SORAIN, the High Commissioner of the Republic in French Polynesia. We will then adopt the statutes of the Pacific Islands Parliament's group, and then we have the official photo of the speakers of parliaments here attending, and we'll have a short 20-minute coffee break. After the break, we will resume with the theme of resilience in the Pacific, and we will have lunch in the hall of this assembly. This afternoon at 2:30 p.m. we'll have a UNDP session, and we'll have a cocktail at the presidential office of French Polynesia by 6:30 this evening. So now I invite Mr. Jean-Raphael to come on stage in order to bless our meeting.
Merci à tous. Marouk.
I had a dream last night that we were separated. I had a dream last night. That we were separated. And this was painful to me. Welcome. Welcome for this meeting today. Here I am, your servant, to praise the story of this place. At the time, Papa Ete was called Vaiete, where currents were quite strong and where they could lead to Taupo. And the channel is called To'ata, where actually the people would paddle through. Thank you for being here today.
Good morning. Bonjour. Yorana. Yorana tatu pa'ato.
This is the place of Tarahoi, where all the heroes used to gather, just like you, where they dealt with the affairs and issues of the land, and where they could be enlightened through discussions, just like today. And so it's a good opportunity for us to gather here today, because you are also heroes, in order to find ways and means for us, the local community and the Pacific community, to guide us. Thank you very much for gathering here in order to tackle all these issues that are so important to us, because you are the representatives of the people, and it is your duty to address these issues. We have learned that when you see the moonlight, when there's a full moon, it means that the month is over. And when it's only half moon, when the moon is going down, and so the moon is going on the other side. And this is a sign. And so we have many signs like this. When the moon is bent, it means it's going to be windy. And if it's like this, it's going to be raining. On the other side, it's going to be fine weather. So these are some symbols, some signs that we have learned from our ancestors, from their wisdom, from their knowledge. We are gathered here today for a very important theme, and we are thankful for this to you. We're going to talk about the ocean, the protection and preservation of the ocean, and also the fishing industry, fisheries, because fishing provides resources for us. And we will see what preservation schemes we can put into place. We also had some traditional schemes for the preservation of the sea that were in place in the past. It was called Rahui. I would also tell you that our ocean may be polluted, but also our land can also be polluted, because the land is my mother. It's the motherland. It's the land that feeds me, that gives me food. And I would like to recall this motto by Te Tunai, who was a lawmaker at the time, and who said, "Look at your mountain, which will guide you." And so I would like us to speak in unison, together, to act jointly. the ocean, we share the ocean. We know that this whole world is surrounded by the ocean. 70% of the ocean covers the surface of the earth. And so we should find the means to protect and preserve this very important asset which our ancestors cherished and protected for our future and the future of the next generations. The decisions you're going to make will be very important for our future, and you should be inclusive. Tetuna used to say, wisdom is a very good guide. And the whole population here is trust you. Trust your wisdom, trust your foresight, and I beg you, humbly, for these discussions and debates you're going to have in the coming days, I would like to please keep your pledges and promises. We are also seeking ways to protect our ocean, and the precious decisions you're going to make in the coming days will be precious to us as well. I also will ask you I would like to tell you about the symbol of Rahiri. The Rahiri is a time where you decide about one topic, one theme, and something you trust. And we all unite around this topic, and so this receptacle here, it looks like a canoe actually. It's a wooden canoe. When somebody is sick, when you lay his or her body in this receptacle to heal him. And in the past, you had some priests, traditional medicine men, who would go in the canoe, and then the canoe was brought into the sea to clean, to wash the disease off, and this was used. This symbol is also a symbol of what we can do to clean and get rid of the diseases that we have ourselves created in our societies. And so this is the symbol of this. And so this will be the symbol for all of you when you look at this canoe, when you make decisions, and you have to keep your promises. And please stand up, please.
Merci à Minos pour ce orero, cette déclamation.
Thank you, Minos, for this orero.
Ces paroles, il s'agissait notamment de rendre hommage
We wanted to praise this place, Taraheu. Taraheu was a place where to guide the people and the leaders. Today we are praising this tradition with environmental issues, and all these issues have changed after all this time that has elapsed. We will now think, reflect about solutions we can bring. In a few moments, I will now invite the speakers of the various parliaments to go on stage and go with Minos at the center of the hemicycle to participate in the Rahiri ceremony. This means the union, a pact between a group of persons who commit to a specific project and to keep their promises. Please, speakers of parliaments, go to the center of the assembly.
In the middle of the assembly. You will have one leaf each. Vous aurez une feuille.
You will all have one leaf. So, Mr. Speaker, you will be leading this ceremony. I will open this ceremony, and then all the speakers of parliaments will follow us. If you can please stand in the front behind, before me, just in front of me here, in a half circle.
You can advance.
Please, okay, stand in line. I would also like to recall, during this ceremony, somebody hold the leaf like this or upside down. It's just like a hand, actually. When you greet somebody, you just open your hand. And so our leaf, we should hold it like this. And we will accompany our guests. When I will open this Rahiri ceremony, this period is an occasion, the opportunity for us to respect and keep your words and keep your promises. This is a very important ceremony for us. There are two stages in the Ma'ahui world, the time period of abundance and the period of drought and scarcity. During the period of abundance, we have access to many resources, but today, currently, we are in a scarce period. We can also think about all the farmers, how we can use traditional medicine, traditional plants as medicine. And we should all pay attention to all these signs and symbols. We have, for instance, 20 hectares of wildlife, wild nature, where we have many of these plants we can use for such purposes. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to give you these signs. So we will now proceed with the Rahiri ceremony. So I will open the ceremony. And then please, after me, if you can lay the leaves inside the canoes as a sign of respect of your pledges and commitments. Thank you for respecting this ceremony. And these signs should be kept in mind during the debates of these coming days. And I would like to really salute this event, because you are like these ancient gatherings of wise people in the ancient times, and I trust you. These symbols, these signs will actually remind us that we have to respect our pledges, our commitments, and will guide us, will enlighten us, will give us the insight in order to protect our ocean, which is the biggest ocean on Earth, with all its resources and riches. And we are concerned, we're worried, but you have the resources, you have the means and ways to find solutions, and we trust you for this. Thank you for this meeting. I salute you. Greetings from me. Thank you. Thank you, Minos, for this ceremony, for this orero, which is the symbol of our union and respect. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Speaker of the Assembly of French Polynesia, His Excellency Mr. Gaston Tong, for his speech. Your Excellency, Mr. High Commissioner of the French Republic in French Polynesia, Your Excellency, Mr. President of French Polynesia, Excellencies and Members of Parliament and Senators of French Polynesia, Your Excellency, Vice President of French Polynesia, Your Excellencies, Ministers of the Government of French Polynesia, Your Excellencies, Your Excellency, President of the Economic, Social, Environmental and Cultural Council, Your Excellencies, Speakers of Parliaments of the Pacific Islands, dear colleagues, Honorable Representative of the Assembly of French Polynesia, Honorable experts, keynote speakers, and representatives of international institutional bodies, Madam Secretary General of the Assembly of French Polynesia, Honorable parliamentary officials from the Pacific Islands, dear web users, dear friends from the public and from the press, honorable guests, Yorana Manava, Mava, in the mercy of our Lord. It's with immense honor and deep emotion that I greet and welcome you this morning. Dear brothers and sisters from the Pacific, on behalf of all the representatives at the Assembly of French Polynesia here in Tarahui, we gathered here for an unprecedented conference if we consider the scale of our region. Indeed, as far as I can remember, never in the past did parliamentarians from the Great Ocean gathered in such a great number in a single place. This historical moment, we also owe it to the foresight of our President, Édouard FRITCH, who does us the honor of attending this ceremony today, this morning, and who also, by securing full membership status for French Polynesia at the Pacific Islands Forum, definitely opened our institutions onto the Pacific region. This conference is the result of a long-time process, and it was organized in close collaboration with each of our parliaments, but also with the presidential departments in the government of French Polynesia, the departments of the French Polynesia and of the French state. I thank you for attending, for your presence, Mr. High Commissioner, and I will not forget the unfailing support of the United Nations Programme for Development, and also the support from our various and many institutional and private partners. I would like to warmly thank them here. This year, I wanted to give to this meeting that was initiated in 2013 a new dimension that is more open, more ambitious, more inclusive, or federating also. And therefore, you will be submitted, dear colleague, this morning, the new statutes of the Pacific Islands Parliaments Group, whose composition will now be extended to all the legislatures of this wide oceanic continent, that is the Pacific, and which covers 1/3 of the surface of the Earth, at a time where our waters, our resources and ecosystems are threatened by commercial greed and by climate change and its devastating effects. It appears indispensable to me that we join forces and that we show our ability to create an actual synergy, parliamentary synergy, for the benefit of our people and our ocean. I am convinced that this group of Pacific Islands parliamentarians will be able to stand on its own in the region and internationally, just like the Forum of the Pacific Islands, as a political and institutional entity that is recognized, influential, and respected. Our parliaments, of course, will respect the essential role played by the executive power, which sets guidelines and public policies for our territories. It is not our pretension to deprive our leaders from their missions or act as duplicates, substitutes, or as competitors with them. Our institution should be partners that are benevolent, dynamic, active, and complementary to our governments. The Pacific Islands Parliament groups will pursue such a noble ambition. The central theme for this conference is about sustainable blue economy, which is broken down into two sub-themes on which we will debate and exchange our views during the 2 coming days. The themes are the resilience of the Pacific Ocean and the fishing industry, which is a key sector for the blue economy. Guided by the knowledge of international experts that are known widely, by also our experiences and joint realities, and also by our strong attachment to our ocean, we will define together concrete commitments, consensual and indispensable commitments towards the protection and safeguard of our waters, of our resources, and of the essence, very essence of our political engagement. I mean, our people. Our debate
Ainsi, à
will
l'adoption,
result, hopefully,
je l'espère fortement,
I strongly hope it, to the unanimous adoption of a pact
guidera
for blue economy,
l'action de nos
a
parlements.
joint declaration that will
années
guide
à
the
venir.
action of our parliaments for the coming years.
Déposons ce matin dans ce
When
réceptacle
you lay down in this receptacle,
à nos îles
this common
la marque
receptacle to our islands,
de notre engagement
the symbol, the mark
fraternel
of our
et
fraternal
intemporel,
and timeless
nous avons
engagement,
exprimé
we have expressed
notre volonté solennelle
our
d'agir
solemn will
ensemble en
to
faveur
act
de la
together
protection de
towards
notre
the
océan.
protection of our ocean.
Toutes les voix
All
qui
voices
résonneront dans
that
cet
will
hémicycle au cours de nos débats,
resound in this hemicycle during our debates will be heard,
y compris celles des groupes
including
de
the voices
l'opposition,
from opposition,
dont je salue la présence.
whom I salute the presence here.
J'estime en effet
I
les
think
sujets
indeed that
abordés,
these themes
tant ils sont
are
importants
so
pour notre
important
avenir
for our
et
future,
celui des générations
and the one of our future generations
doivent transcender
must go
les idéologies
beyond
et les
ideologies
différences politiques.
and political
Nous
disputes.
sommes un seul
We
et
are
même peuple.
one
Des frères et des
and
sœurs
same
unis par
people,
les liens
brothers
du
and
sang,
sisters, united by
de l'histoire,
the bonds
et
of
dans
blood
le cœur
and
bat à
by the bonds of
l'unisson
history, and
au
whose
rythme des vents
heart beats in unison with the
et
rhythm
des courants.
of the elements,
Nous
waves,
sommes le
and
peuple de
currents.
l'océan,
We are the people of the ocean,
contraints aux mêmes défis,
subjected
sous le
to
joug
the
des
same
mêmes
challenges,
menaces,
threatened by the same
porteurs
threats,
des mêmes
and
espoirs,
carrying the same
et
hopes,
déterminés
and determined
à nous
to
exprimer
express ourselves
d'une seule
with
voix.
a single voice.
Bonne
I
conférence
wish
à
you
tous
a good conference
et bon séjour
and
en
a good
Polynésie
stay in
française.
French Polynesia.
Maruru, maruru, je te garde photo ta
Thank you,
Voilà.
thank you for your attention.
Merci au président de l'Assemblée de la Polynésie française.
Thank
J'invite
you.
à présent
I
le
now
président de la
invite
Polynésie française,
The
Monsieur
President
Édouard.
of French Polynesia, Mr. Édouard FRITCH.
Your Excellencies, Speakers, Senators, and delegates from the Pacific, Speaker of French Polynesia Assembly, my dear Gaston, I also would like to acknowledge our colleagues from New Caledonia and Wallis and Futuna, Your Honor. Your Excellency, Mr. High Commissioner of the Republic of France, distinguished representative of this honorable assembly, distinguished expert from the United Nations, the Office of the Pacific Ocean Commissioner under the Pacific Island Forum, the Secretariat of the Pacific Community, SPC, and the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment Program, SPREP. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Honor, and Meva, Totato Farreira. I'm truly delighted to see familiar faces that reflect the Pacific because you are the legitimate faces of the Pacific. And I wish to commend the Speaker of the Assembly of French Polynesia, my friend Gaston Tong for taking the initiative to convene this conference of the Pacific Island Parliaments Group on such a key issue for our Pacific region as the sustainability of our blue economy. You may recall that in July 2015, the leaders of the Polynesian Leaders Group, PLG, signed the Taputapuatea Declaration on Climate Change, urging to limit global warming to below 1.5 degrees Celsius. Our declaration was strongly defended in Paris during the COP21. Since then, the climate change has become the single greatest threat to the livelihoods, security, and well-being of the people of the Pacific. And we reaffirm our commitment to implementation of the Paris Agreement. Our WAA, our CANO, follows the same objective of your integration within the Pacific region. The legislative and executive bodies of our country are pedaling in the same direction, in order to enforce our position and regional ties in the Pacific. We are truly honored to welcome you as distinguished representatives of 16 countries, but also experts from international and regional organizations. Welcome to them, the Special Envoy of the United Nations, Mr. Peter Thompson, Mr. Kosi LATU, Director of the SPREP, Mr. Peter Williams from SPC in Nouméa, and Mr. Peni SUVEINAKAMA from OPOC Suva. Today, I wish to acknowledge Mr. Tong's ambition to transform the group of Polynesian parliament into a group of Pacific Island parliamentarians with your endorsement. The initiative echoes and supports the aim set by the leaders of the Pacific Island Forum, which is the key political regional institution in the Pacific. The framework from Pacific regionalism commits leaders to work together to address our common exchanges, challenges, harness shared strengths, and ensure that our individual and collective advancement bring practical benefits to all Pacific people. We also set our principal objectives as follows. First, sustainable development that combines economic, social, and cultural development in ways to improve livelihood and well-being and use the environment sustainably. Two, the economic growth that is inclusive and equitable. Three, strengthen the governance, legal, financial, and administrative systems. And four, security that ensure stable and safe human, environmental, and political conditions for all. Furthermore, the more consultation between Pacific Island nations, the better. It's in harmony with our Blue Pacific narrative objectives in giving more voices to the Blue Continent. In regard to our Blue Pacific Ocean, we may be considered as small island territories, but in the eye of the larger nations, we are and have become big oceanic states, and our marine resources are the object of covetousness. For this reason, as custodians of the ocean, we must and urge each and every one of us to take the necessary measures to protect and manage in a sustainable manner our marine resources before it's too late. In this context, we, leaders of the Pacific Island Forum, acknowledge in Tuvalu that regionalism depends on our solidarity and efforts to address regional priorities to secure our Blue Pacific continent. These priorities are climate change and disaster resilience, regional security, oceans and marine boundaries, non-communicable diseases, NCDs, such as obesity and cardiovascular disease, and disability, which is a crucial issue in our Pacific Island society, particularly with our youth, and this needs to be addressed. Very recently, the Bahamas Islands and its population were devastated by the most violent hurricane named Dorian, killing at least 45 people and leaving more than 70,000 people in need of food and shelter, according to the United Nations report. Your Excellencies and distinguished representatives, I wish to draw your attention. Leaders of the Forum endorsed in 2018 in Nauru the Boe Declaration, a new security declaration viewing security through a broader definition of security, including human security, humanitarian assistance, prioritizing environmental security, and regional cooperation in building resilience to disasters and climate change. The Boe Declaration is a call to action for a stronger and cohesive regional security cooperation and coordination. As Mr. Antonio Guterres, the United Nations Secretary General, emphasizes last May in Suva, Fiji. The Pacific Islands leaders have the unique moral authority to speak out on climate change. We endorsed in Tuvalu, during the Pacific Island Leaders Retreat, the Kainaki's the second Declaration for Urgent Climate Change Action Now, which expresses our view in this crucial matter. Last week, in Santiago, Chile, I met with His Excellency Sebastián Piñera, President of the Republic of Chile, and the Honorable Carolina Schmidt, her Minister of Environment and Chair of the COP25. Both of them have the ambition to put oceans in the center of climate change discussions next December. And in this regard, Chile is the hosting country for the first Blue COP, with the main objective being to identify new engagements and specific actions to ensure healthy and resilient oceans. French Polynesia will support this initiative. On the same note, we are able to share an ambitious cable project on connectivity. This could be one of the largest cable networks that will link South America to the rest of the Pacific from east to west. In the same manner as the agreement we have signed last year in Auckland for the Manatua Consortium project linking Tahiti, the Cook Islands, Niue, and Samoa. With the same objective in mind, today and tomorrow, you will share and discuss the crucial issue of a resilient Pacific Ocean and the economic impact of fisheries in our region, which is, as you know all, a key factor for our blue economy. Let me wish you much wisdom, and as you debate and interact amongst yourselves, particularly with the experience and wisdom of our senior representatives. I look forward in anticipation to read your Tarahoe Declaration, which will enable us to move in a sustainable and coherent manner. Thank you, dear friends, for your attention, and let me wish you a constructive and pleasant day here at home in Tahiti. Marururua Yorana.
Merci au président de la Polynésie française. J'invite maintenant
I
le haut-commissaire de la
now
République en Polynésie française,
invite the
Monsieur
High Commissioner of the
Dominique
French Republic, Mr. Dominique Saurin. I now leave him the floor.
Mesdames les députés et sénateurs de la Polynésie française,
Your Excellencies,
Monsieur le Président de la Polynésie
Mr.
française,
Speaker of the
Monsieur
French
le Président de
Assembly,
l'Assemblée de la Polynésie
Mr.
française,
President of French Polynesia,
Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres,
Your
Messieurs
Excellencies,
les représentants de
Ministers,
l'Assemblée, Mesdames et Messieurs
Honorable
les présidents
Representative
de la
at the Assembly of French Polynesia,
Mesdames et
Your
Messieurs,
Excellencies, Speakers
permettez-moi
of the
de
parliaments
commencer
of
par souhaiter
French
la bienvenue
of
aux
the
Polynésies
Pacific, I
françaises
would like first
à toutes
to
les
welcome
délégations
all the
réunies pour
delegations
cette première édition de la
for this
conférence
first
du groupe
edition
des
of
parlements
the
des îles du Pacifique élargi à l'ensemble de la région.
Parliaments
Vous êtes nombreux à avoir
group.
répondu présent
You have
pour vous
answered
rassembler à
yes
Tahiti à l'invitation de l'Assemblée de la
to
Polynésie
this
française.
invitation, and you are
C'est
now
en effet
attending,
une première.
and this is a first, I think.
Votre présence témoigne
Your
du dynamisme de
presence is
l'insertion de la
witness
collectivité
to
dans
the
son environnement
dynamism
régional.
of French
Le rôle
Polynesia
utile
and the
que la
integration of
Polynésie
French
française
Polynesia
peut
in
jouer
the
pour
regional
participer à la
environment, and the
définition de
role of
solutions
French Polynesia
aux défis du
to
Pacifique.
define common
Cette liberté
solutions.
d'action, c'est son statut d'autonomie au sein de la
Its
République
freedom of
et la
action is given by its status of autonomy, of self-governance,
s'insérer toujours davantage
and it is supported
dans
by
le
the French
Pacifique
state in
en
order
développant
to
ses liens
better
avec les États,
have
les
better
collectivités,
integration
les organisations
into
de la
the
région,
Pacific area.
comme l'État le fait aussi pour les autres collectivités
And we also
françaises du
do this
Pacifique,
for the other
la Nouvelle-Calédonie,
territories, French territories
dont je salue
in
les
the
représentants
region,
de
such
l'Europe.
as New Caledonia and Wallis and
Le
Futuna,
président
whom
de
I
la
salute
République,
today.
Emmanuel Macron, l'a rappeler,
The President of the
la
Republic,
France
Emmanuel
est
Macron,
déterminée
reminded
à jouer
us
pleinement son rôle
that
dans le
France
Pacifique
is
et
determined to
encourager
play its
la
role in the
constitution
Pacific
d'alliances et de partenariats
and strike up
pour
alliances
favoriser
and unions
l'émergence
to
d'une
foster
voix
the emergence
océanienne
of
singulière.
a Pacific singular voice.
Une des priorités de la politique
One of the
française dans le monde
priorities of
et dans le
French
Pacifique en
politics
particulier,
in the
c'est
policy
la
in the
protection
world
de l'environnement.
is to protect the
C'est
environment.
pourquoi l'initiative
This
de la
is
Polynésie
why
française
this initiative
qui vous
by
réunit
French
aujourd'hui
Polynesia, which
s'inscrit
gathers
pleinement dans cette
you
logique.
today,
Pendant les
is
jours qui
supported
viennent,
by the French state.
vous avez décidé de parler de la mer,
You
et plus
will
précisément de
be
la résilience
talking about
de
the
l'océan
sea, the
Pacifique
ocean, and
et de
the
l'avenir
resilience
de la
of the
pêche.
Pacific Ocean and the future of
Les
the
peuples
fishing
et
industry.
civilisations du Pacifique entretiennent une relation
All
étroite et
people of the
ancienne avec
Pacific
la mer.
have a special
Sur le plan
link
économique, bien sûr,
with
sur
the
le plan
ocean
culturel
from a
aussi,
cultural
et
and
également
economic
sur le plan
point of view, but
spirituel.
also
Nous l'avons vu tout à
from
l'heure
a
au
spiritual
travers
point of
de
view.
la
We
très belle
saw this
cérémonie d'ouverture.
in the opening
Ce sont
ceremony.
aussi des questions politiques et
And
juridiques
there are
importantes
also some
et complexes
political
que nous
and
avons à traiter.
complex legal
Les
aspects
peuples du
to
Pacifique
these
sont des
issues.
peuples de l'océan.
Pacific
Vous
peoples
l'avez
are
fort bien
peoples
dit.
of the
Et
ocean.
leur existence
You
est
reminded it.
intimement liée
And
à
their
celle des milieux
existence
marins,
is
mais des côtes
intimately
ou en haute mer.
associated with the
En
sea
Polynésie
environment.
française et dans
In
sa zone de
French
responsabilité
Polynesia,
permanente, l'État français remplit à cet
the
égard
French state
ses missions de
has
sauvegarde en mer,
missions
de
to
protection des populations et de
safeguard
police maritime, en
the sea
particulier
and
la
safeguard the
police des
people
pêches.
at sea, and we have also
Avec l'appui des forces armées françaises basées à
the
Tahiti, des
support
missions
of
sont
the French
régulièrement
army,
conduites
and we have
à l'aide de moyens
missions
navals et aériens
with
pour
marine
faire
and
respecter la
air
réglementation et le droit en mer,
means
assurer la
to
surveillance de la zone
enforce
économique
regulations and
exclusive
legislation
et
at
empêcher
sea,
les incursions
to
non
also
autorisées.
control
En
boundaries.
2018, 225 navires de pêche ont été survolés par les navires de la
In
Marine nationale.
2018, 225 ships were flown over by our planes, and
Par ailleurs,
many ships
des
were
accords
also
existent avec les
inspected.
États voisins
We also have
pour
agreements
assurer
with
l'acheminement des
local,
moyens de secours nécessaires
with
dans
neighboring
toute la zone
states,
pacifique en cas de
so
catastrophe.
that we can actually bring
Cette
some
mission est
assistance in
indispensable
case of
à la
disasters.
préservation des milieux marins,
These
et à la
links
sécurité
are indispensable
des
to
populations
preserve
du Pacifique.
our
En
sea
effet,
environment, also to
la bonne
protect
santé
our
des écosystèmes
communities.
marins répond à un
The good
triple
health of
un enjeu
our
économique.
ecosystems
Les produits tirés de la mer jouent un rôle
has
crucial
an economic
pour
role
assurer la sécurité alimentaire des peuples du
because
Pacifique.
it brings resources for our
L'économie bleue,
livelihoods.
la
The
pêche en
blue
particulier,
economy and the
présente quant à elle un
fishing
potentiel de
industry
développement
has a lot
économique
of
considérable.
economic potential
C'est aussi un enjeu
for
écologique.
development.
La
There's
protection des
also
milieux
an
naturels, la
environmental
biodiversité,
stake.
la prévention
We
des
should
pollutions
protect
et la gestion
the
durable
environment
des ressources
and
sont
protect it from
indispensables
pollution, and
à la
also
préservation des modes de
ensure
vie dans le
a
Pacifique.
sustainable protection
À cet égard,
and
il
exploitation
semble
of our
crucial
sea.
de renforcer nos
And so we should
capacités de
strengthen
recherche
our
et la
research
connaissance
abilities and
que nous avons de
capacities
ces
and the
milieux.
knowledge we have
Plusieurs
of these
organismes de recherche renommés
environments.
sont actifs en Polynésie
Many
française
research bodies
qui
are
sont liés à des
active in
partenaires
French
dans la région.
Polynesia and are
Ces
linked to
partenariats doivent être
partners
développés.
in the region, and such partnerships
C'est
should
aussi un
be
enjeu
developed.
politique.
It's also a political
Pour nous
stake.
tous, la santé de
For
l'océan,
us,
la
the health of the
disponibilité des
ocean and the
ressources sont des
availability
enjeux
of
vitaux
resources are
afin de maintenir
vital
les populations du
challenges
Pacifique sur leur terre,
so that the
alors que la montée
populations
des
and
eaux et l'érosion
communities
des
can
côtes
stay on their
menacent
lands,
parfois l'existence même
while
de certains
sometimes sea
territoires.
level rise threatens the very existence of these
Sur ces sujets,
communities.
personne ne peut
So
penser
on
ni
these
prétendre
issues,
détenir seul la solution.
no one
Mais la
has
responsabilité est collective.
the
Aussi,
only
le
has
président de la
answers
République
of their
a-t-il
own.
affirmé
And so the
l'engagement de
President
la
of the
France
Republic
en annonçant entre
recalled
autres,
the
lors du
commitment of
dernier
France
G7,
during the
le
last
doublement de la
G7,
contribution française
the doubling
offerte pour le climat.
of the French
C'est également
allocation
le message
for the
que la France et le président de la
GCF.
République souhaitent adresser au monde en proposant d'organiser
And
en 2020
in 2020, France also wants to organize here in French Polynesia the One Planet Summit that will enable the international community to consider the specific issues of the Pacific. In line with President summits, we could follow up about the commitments of governments to foster initiatives from the civil societies and also raise funds to preserve the environment. Regarding these objectives, we should have effective legislation that is complied with. without prejudice to the competence of everyone in their own waters. But it would be the interest of the Pacific governments to adopt coherent legislations. And so these discussions today will be useful to try and find a consensus, a diagnosis for guidelines for this kind of common legislation, which would express this joint will, which is indispensable for our future, and also the protection of global public property can be also achieved with the endorsement of the people you represent. And all parliaments in the world, and in the Pacific in particular, you can act to secure the sufficient means and resources are allocated for these purposes. So coherence, cooperation, harmonization of law to pursue a joint common interest. You are right in the declaration you are about to sign in a few moments to support. You are here to discuss about the best practices, good ideas, and design solutions for the future. Please, I would like to wish you fruitful exchanges as possible. Long live cooperation in the Pacific. Thank you for your attention.
Merci, Monsieur le Haut-Commissaire.
Thank you, Your Excellency, High Commissioner. I will now leave the floor to Mr. Gaston Tong, Speaker of the Assembly of French Polynesia, for the adoption of the statutes of the Pacific Islands Parliaments Group. Dear colleagues, you all received the draft proposal for these statutes. We included all your remarks and observations, and if there is no objection, I will now propose to proceed to the signing of these statutes.
Mes chers collègues,
Dear colleagues,
tous de signer
we have all signed
du
the
groupe
statutes
Parlement des îles du
of
Pacifique.
the Pacific
Et je
Islands
vous
Parliaments
remercie.
Group,
Bravo.
and I thank you for this. Thank you very much indeed.
Très bien.
Well,
Bravo.
bravo.
Je vous invite maintenant tous
Congratulations.
à
I now
sortir pour
invite
une
you
petite pause café d'une vingtaine de
to
minutes,
go
à
out in the
l'exception
hall
des
of the
présidents
assembly
du Parlement et
for
des parlements qui peuvent me
a
rejoindre
coffee break,
pour la
except
photographie
for
d'office.
the speakers of parliaments
Début de
who
la pause
will
café
join
à
me for the
l'extérieur.
official photograph.
Mesdames et messieurs les présidents des parlements,
Please,
n'hésitez pas à me
speakers
rejoindre.
of parliaments, please join me for the official photograph.
Test, 1, 2, test.
Non, il n'y a pas de bouteille d'eau, c'est pas de plastique. Ouais. Est-ce que. Voilà, il faut mettre ça, tu peux mettre un papier avec un verre à chaque fois. Ok. Et déjà rempli d'eau. Ok. Et régulièrement,
Mesdames et messieurs,
Ladies
nous
and
allons
gentlemen,
reprendre
we will
notre
now
conférence.
resume our conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to resume our conference. Quelques mots introductifs avant de commencer.
A few opening words before the start of this
Pour
session.
vous rappeler que nous aurons l'honneur d'écouter M. Peter Thompson pour
To
lancer
remind you
notre
that we will have
conférence.
the honor of
Puis
listening
nous
to
aborderons le
Mr.
thème de la
Peter Thompson
résilience de
to
l'océan
launch our
Pacifique
conference.
avec M. Kosi et LATU.
Before addressing the
Monsieur
topic of the
Peni,
Pacific
SUVEINAKAMA.
Ocean resilience with
À la fin
Mr.
de ces
Kosi, LATU and Mr.
interventions,
Peni,
nous aurons
SUVEINAKAMA.
une petite phase de 15 minutes
At the end of
de
these
questions
interventions, we will dedicate 15
d'intervention
minutes
posées par
to
vous
any
ou
questions
les
and
internautes qui
interventions
suivent
by you
l'événement.
or the internet users following the event.
Sans plus attendre,
Without
nous allons
further
passer à
ado,
notre principal conférencier que vous connaissez certainement
we will go
tous,
to
qui est
our
à la
keynote
table,
speaker
mais
whom
qui
you all
mérite
know, certainly,
incontestablement une présentation.
but who nevertheless deserves a
Diplomate fidjien qui a travaillé à
presentation. A
l'autorité
Fijian diplomat that
internationale des
worked
fonds
at the
marins,
International Seabed Authority, the
à l'UNOPS.
UNDP,
Il a
the
été représentant permanent des
UNFPA, and
Fidji
the
auprès des Nations
UNOPS.
Unies.
He was
2010
Fiji's permanent
à 2016,
representative to the United Nations
président de
between
l'Assemblée
2010 and
générale des Nations
2016
Unies
and
de
president of the
2016 à
General
2017.
Assembly of the United
En
Nations
octobre
between
2017,
2016
il a
and
été nommé par
2017.
le secrétaire général
In
des Nations
October
Unies, M.
2017, he was
Guterres,
appointed
au
by
poste
the UN
d'envoyé
Secretary General
spécial
Antonio
du secrétaire général pour
Guterres as the
l'océan.
first
Car pour
UN
la petite histoire,
SDGs
nous lui
special
devons la
envoy for the
première
ocean.
conférence des Nations
Indeed, we
Unies
owe
sur
Ambassador
l'océan.
Thompson the first ever
Merci
UN Ocean
d'accueillir
Conference in
Monsieur l'ambassadeur
2017.
Peter
Please
Thompson,
welcome the
envoyé
Ambassador
spécial des
Peter
Nations
Thompson,
Unies pour les
United
océans.
Nations
Bula
Special
Vinaka,
Envoy
Mr.
for
Thompson.
the ocean. Bula Vinaka, Mr. Thompson.
Nisatiko na presente au co-presente Tong Sang.
Mr. Monsieur le Président Thompson,
Yorana, bonjour, and all courtesies observed. I thanked the President of the Assembly just now for his hospitality and the ceremonies of welcome this morning. May I add, Mr. President, what a privilege it was to be present here for the signing of the statute of the Pacific Islands Parliament's group. If I've learnt one thing in government, which I started as a district officer in 1972 in Nauvoo district of Fiji, it is that we must trust in and invest in our institutions. And probably the most important institutions we have in our countries are our democratically elected parliaments. It was a great privilege to be here for that. Mr. President, the ocean is in deep trouble. I'll put it 5 ways. Firstly, we have deoxygenation. You know what happens when water heats, the gas goes out of it. There's less and less oxygen in the ocean, and that is an observable trend that is worsening. So that makes life harder in the ocean as we progress into the future. Secondly, of course, you all know about acidification, which is about CO2 dissolving into the ocean, which makes it hard for calcium carbonate-based life to live in the ocean. And you know what that is? That's shellfish, so important to our coastal communities. And indeed, it's microfauna, which is at the basis of the life in the ocean, which requires calcium carbonate, which dissolves as the ocean gets more acidic. And then thirdly, of course, ocean warming. And you all know about that and the effects of the ever-increasing temperature of the ocean because of the atmospheric temperature increasing, which is leading to sea level rise. It is leading to changing ocean currents, leading to movement of species. This is observable all around the world, not just in the Pacific. And of course, most worryingly for us in the Pacific Islands, it leads to the death of coral. Those three, the first three, worries that we have for the ocean's health all have one common enemy, one single common enemy, and that is our greenhouse gas emissions. And by now, I think you all know where those are coming from and what we have to do to combat them. The other two areas where the ocean is in deep trouble are fisheries and marine pollution. In my mind, these are more manageable. These are things that legislative assemblies can deal with. In the fisheries case, there are various areas of concern. Let me take illegal fishing to begin with. There is $23 billion US worth of fish taken illegally out of the ocean every year. I'm sure all of us in our lifetime have been receivers of stolen goods. And we are stealing from the people. We're stealing from the rightful owners. We're stealing from governments. Think of the tax losses foregone on $23 billion per annum that could have been spent on coastal communities. But also think about the stealing from the scientific management of what is going on in the ocean. The fact that there's $23 billion worth being taken out of the scientific equation. Second area of, and by the way, on illegal fishing, we can end illegal fishing in the Pacific very quickly. Most of us have signed the FAO's Port States Measures Agreement, the PSMA. And when I say most of us in the Pacific, I include big places like Indonesia, Japan, Korea, USA, Australia and New Zealand have signed it. Chile has signed it. You know, the majority of Pacific states have signed the PSMA. And my plea to any Pacific Island governments that need assistance to get there in terms of signing the PSMA, just contact us or contact FAO. We'll help you get there. Because once all of the Pacific Islands and all of the Pacific Rim countries have signed up to the PSMA, there's nowhere for illegal fish to be landed in the Pacific anymore. They'll have to go elsewhere, and then we'll deal with that problem of transshipment, of course. So we can make quick changes on that. Second area is our coastal ecosystems. This is covered under Sustainable Development Goal 14.2. And you'll be hearing more about that from the Director General of SPREP, because this is obviously for our coastal people the really important work. This is something that FAO is regarding as top priority for the Pacific, and it's an SDG 14 target that matures in 2020, so we have work to do. And that's about good governance and better management of coastal ecosystems and helping our coastal communities more in that regard with their economic development in a sustainable way. You're going to hear from the SPC tomorrow about the effects of climate change on Pacific fisheries. So I won't go into that, but I think you all know that this is a very serious matter as well. You're going to hear from OPOC later this morning about what we're trying to do to get governance of the high seas, the so-called BB&J negotiations going on at the UN at the moment. This is about genetic resources, very important for our future, for our health. It's about marine protected areas on the high seas. Again, very important for the survival of critical species. I also want to just touch on, when we're talking about the problems that fisheries are facing in the Pacific, on ghost gear, which is abandoned fishing gear, which is a huge problem for marine life, turtles, marine mammals and so on, seabirds getting caught up in this ghost gear. And again, FFA and FAO and the UN officers represented here in the Pacific are working on this. So again, I say, trust our institutions. The other area on fisheries, of course, is fisheries subsidies. Harmful fisheries subsidies, again, this is covered by Sustainable Development Goal 14.6. And the job that WTO has given to its ambassadors, I mean, the ministers of WTO gave a job to the ambassadors to remove harmful fisheries subsidies, to agree on that by the end of 2019. So it's very much work at hand. We have a forum representative in Geneva who attends all of these WTO ambassadors' meetings to try and get rid of harmful subsidies. Again, this is no small thing. There's $20 billion worth per annum of public funds being put into subsidies which are largely for industrial fleets. And those industrial fleets are going out and chasing diminishing world fish stocks. It's a sort of a sickness in humanity that we're doing this. So we are pushing to end those harmful subsidies by the end of this year. The other area I mentioned was pollution, and you all know about the plastic plague that has been unleashed in our lifetimes upon our planet. I am old enough, of course, to remember life in Suva where there was no plastic, and we can go back to that. Plastic has its uses, but it has to be the right plastic in the right place, and it's certainly not single-use plastic. And I really want to congratulate all of your houses around the Pacific, because we are amongst the world leaders in the banning and phasing out of single-use plastic. And I was hearing from President FRITCH yesterday about what French Polynesia has planned in that regard. So congratulations to you all. This is about legislation. This is your daily business. Industrial, agricultural, urban pollution, raw sewage. This is the other aspect of pollution which the ocean is suffering from. This is mainly local government work, people that you work with on a daily basis. It's about, unsexy stuff like waste management and so on. It's absolutely vital to the ocean's health that we do a better job and that we adopt that ridge to reef approach, which SPREP and others can help all of our governments with. We have a plan to save life in the ocean. When I say we, I mean the United Nations, which is us, the gathering of all our elected leaders in the World Congress. And that plan is basically twofold. The first is the Paris Climate Agreement. And for our plan to succeed, we must faithfully implement what has been agreed in Paris. And as you know, we will be assembling next year to look at upgrading the nationally determined contributions. As you also know, later this month in New York, we'll be attending a Climate Action Summit. And as has been referenced this morning, in December there will be the Blue COP in Santiago. In all of these meetings, the Pacific Island leadership has been called upon for moral leadership, but I think we also have to demonstrate that we are walking the talk in our own actions at home. And I would urge all of you today to ensure that in those three meetings that I mentioned, Santiago, New York, and wherever it'll be next year for I understand it most likely to be in Glasgow, in Scotland, that you all include ocean issues in your national statements, because there are lots of people who don't want to see them there, but we understand, of course, that climate and action, climate and ocean are an inseparable nexus. The second part of the global plan is the Sustainable Development Goals, the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, which were universally agreed and painstakingly negotiated in New York by all of us. And the Pacific Islands were at the forefront of fighting for the inclusion of an oceans goal, which is SDG 14, to conserve and sustainably use the ocean's resources. So that would not be there, I can tell you, because I was part of those negotiations, if it wasn't for the Pacific Islands, SDG 14. Powerful forces did not want it. We insisted, we got it included in the 2030 agenda. And now, of course, our responsibility became to make sure it was being implemented, that it wasn't just a fancy pile of words. So that is why we had the first UN Ocean Conference. Again, hard to get there. A lot of people didn't want it, but we got it. And it changed the world in terms of awareness of the ocean's problems. So again, that's the kind of moral leadership that people look to the Pacific Islands for, and we provided it in 2017 with the first UN Ocean Conference. And I'm happy to say that the second UN Ocean Conference has now been mandated by the UN General Assembly. It'll be held in Lisbon from the 2nd to the 6th of June next year, and people will expect Pacific Islands to be there in strength to continue that moral leadership, but also to demonstrate what we're doing here in the region. I am very hopeful that that Lisbon conference will be another global game changer. In this case, I expect it to be an upgrading of ocean science. I believe we only know about 5% of what is going on in the ocean. At that conference, we will launch the UN Decade for Ocean Science, and there is a very strong argument for two things. Firstly, for there to be a precautionary pause on a lot of things we are considering for the ocean, while science gets the chance to discover that 95% of undiscovered information, number one, such as how much carbon is held in the seafloor. It's already thought that there's double the amount of carbon sequestered in the seafloor than there is on soil and land. Those are things we need to discover during the decade to prove. And the other factor, of course, in that decade is that Pacific Island countries are situated like observing stations all around the Pacific. So this is a fantastic opportunity for the Pacific Islands to get up to world standard in terms of ocean science. Opportunities for partnerships for our institutions, our universities, USP and so on, to partner with northern governments, to partner with philanthropies, with marine institutes around the world. They're keen to come. And so this decade will be an important one for the Pacific Islands. But I'm also very hopeful that Lisbon will be a global game changer in terms of connecting the finance and investment world with the sustainable blue economy. I can tell you from experience that those two sectors are not yet connected. They don't understand each other. So we're going to be putting a lot of work in Lisbon into making that connection. And, that is, again, going to affect our region. We need big dollars to get into things like sustainable aquaculture, which is going to be a huge development in places like Africa. But Pacific Islands should also be part of that. Not in the aquaculture that we've experienced in the past, which is environmentally damaging and feeding fish to captured fish. That sort of stuff has to change. There is a totally different view on aquaculture which is developing now, which is feeding them on algae and insects and so on, developing circular systems of aquaculture, growing seaweed in juxtaposition with shellfish, with fish and so on. This whole new approach to sustainable aquaculture is one that the Pacific Islands must get on board with. Mr. President, in conclusion, it has been said by the IPCC, which is our global gathering of all our best environmental scientists, it has been said that we can still limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, that is still actually possible to do. They say in the same sentence, but we need to radically change our consumption and production patterns. So, that is the great challenge before humanity. That's the great challenge of our times. Can we make that radical transformation of our production and consumption systems? I believe we can, but we have to be radical. I've done it in my own life, given up beef, given up having a car, these things. You can make personal changes, but governments can make changes as well. The IPCC, in that same report, made it clear what will happen when we get to 2 degrees. And it's unacceptable for Pacific Islands to think that coral will pass away from this planet at 2 degrees. I mean, I come from Suva, same thing here in Papete. Look out at the reef. Imagine that coral is no longer there. That's what's going to happen after 2 degrees. And the predicament is we are still heading towards 3 to 4 degrees of global warming above pre-industrial age. So, we have a real predicament and we have work to do. There's no time for idle talk. We're now in the era of action. It's climate action, it's ocean action. And we've got to do it for our grandchildren. We want security for our grandchildren. What do our current creature comforts matter in comparison with the security of our grandchildren, I ask you? I want to finish on a quote from Shakespeare. My president is here from SUVA, and he's a great student of Shakespeare. So for your benefit, sir. There is a tide in the affairs of men, which taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Omitted, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries. On such a full sea are we now afloat, and we must take the current when it serves, or lose our ventures. So, Mr. President, we have our destination, and we know how to get there. So let's get on board this vessel of destiny and pull up the sails and set forth on our journey together. Mauroro.
Merci à l'ambassadeur Thompson pour cette présentation qui va nous permettre d'introduire ce premier thème relatif à la résilience de l'océan Pacifique. Cet océan est important, nous le savons
Many
bien.
thanks to Ambassador Thompson for this presentation, which allows us to introduce this first theme relating to the Pacific Ocean resilience. This ocean is important. Our ocean is important. We all know that our culture and the existence of our large oceanic states are intimately linked to this maritime space. Facing climate change, this challenge of preserving the Pacific is larger than our region and affects the entire international community. If many international instruments exist, the role of the legislative bodies of the Pacific country will be central in the preservation of our ocean and to continue to benefit from its bounties. To talk about this theme, we're going to listen to Mr. Kosi, LATU, Director General of the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment Program, leads the premier intergovernmental agency for the Pacific environment established in 1993. Before joining SPREP, Mr. LATU was the manager of the UNOPS Financial Compliance Program at the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat. Please welcome Director General Kosi, LATU.
Your Excellency Gaston Tong, President of the Assembly of French Polynesia. I also want to acknowledge His Excellency Édouard, the President of French Polynesia. Can I also acknowledge His Excellency the High Commissioner of France to French Polynesia, the Presidents and the Vice Presidents of Parliaments from around the Pacific, Members of Parliament, representatives of UN and regional organizations, ladies and gentlemen. Your Honor, bonjour, good morning. Talofa malolele. Can I echo, first of all, the sentiments that have been expressed by Ambassador Peter Thompson to Your Excellency, the President of the Assembly of French Polynesia and the government of French Polynesia for the courtesies that have been extended to us. We appreciate and acknowledge that. This morning I've been asked to speak on the issue of tackling marine pollution from land-based and sea-based sources. And I want to speak about three issues. I want to talk about marine plastics, and then secondly about marine oil spills, and then thirdly an interesting issue that is probably peculiar not to all but to some, and that is noise pollution, marine noise pollution. Can I begin by perhaps maybe some background context information? I know that we're all from the Pacific region. We know the Pacific Ocean. But I wanted to start off by referring to our leaders' Blue Pacific narrative that they adopted for our region in 2017. the Blue Pacific narrative, which is a vision and a narrative that identifies us as one blue continent, a continent that is reflective of at least a quarter of the Earth's surface, a region that has over 33,000 islands, mostly low-lying, vulnerable, remote islands that have experienced the adverse impacts of climate change. We have some of the most diverse biodiversity in the world. In fact, scientists tell us that 6 out of the 36, what they call biodiversity hotspots, are found in the Pacific. Hotspots that have species that are not found anywhere else. We have a region that has the last remaining largest tuna stocks, which account for about 60% of the global tuna trade, approximately. And so we in the Pacific are not a small region. We like to remind people that we are big ocean states. We're 98% ocean, 2% land. Let me begin with marine plastics. My colleague, Ambassador Peter Thompson, has touched nicely on some of the issues that I wanted to talk about. But this morning I wanted to talk with you rather than try to present to you, have a talanoa or a dialogue. Plastics, as you know, is a crisis. It's what I call an epidemic. It's a sickness that has affected not only the Pacific, but the whole global community. We know that every day 8 million tons of plastics end up in the ocean. We know from statistics that 80% of all the plastics that end up in the ocean come from the land. We also are told by the scientists that 40% of the plastics that come into the region come from the Pacific Rim countries. And I won't start naming them at this point. We're also told that if we continue on current trends, by the year 2050, we will have more microplastics in the oceans than fish. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, fish is now part of the menu that we eat on a daily basis. I like to say also that plastics is not just a waste issue. It is not. It is also a climate issue. Recently, scientists discovered in the Arctic, in some of the melting ice, they found a lot of plastics. So it's not just a waste issue, it's now a climate issue. It's also a health issue. Plastics contain toxics. Some of the plastics that we use are petroleum-based, and so they are toxic. They have a risk for all of us. They're also a food security issue. Recently, we did a study on plastics ingestion by fish. And we took samples of fish from New Zealand, from Fiji, from Samoa, from Rapa Nui, and we discovered that in those fish samples, 97% had plastics. And the more we go east, the more plastics we found in those fish samples. So plastics is not just a waste issue. It's not just a climate issue. It's a food security issue. It's a health issue. But I also like to put this to you. Tomorrow you will hear from our colleague from SPC about the impact of climate change on the distribution of tuna. We know from the modeling that the fish will or is projected to move from west to east. But I put this to you. What if the tuna, which is a major income earner for many of our countries, begin to eat plastics? It will then become potentially an economic issue. I hope that doesn't happen. So what have we been doing in the region to address this issue? The problem that we have is that the goods that we export, which contain plastics, don't return after they are used. So there's a one-way flow of goods that come from the outside into the Pacific. And at the end, use of these products that have waste, they don't return to their place of origin. They stay in our countries and they end up in our landfills. So we have a major problem with recycling, reusing these plastics. Of course, we are many small island countries that do not have the capacity to be able to do that. But I know that there is a global momentum to do something to address plastics. Here in our region, our leaders in 2017 decided it was time to take action. And they committed themselves to fast-tracking action to address the issue of plastics. I'm happy to say that to date, 7 out of the 14 or 16 Pacific Island countries, including territories, have now introduced bans on plastics, single-use plastics. The first country in the world to introduce a ban on single-use plastics in February of 2018 was Vanuatu. 7 other countries, whilst they have not introduced bans, are in the process of actually considering placing those bans in place. And so we are beginning to see many of our countries taking action. I wanted to give an example of where this was amplified. In July of this year, Samoa hosted the Pacific Games. SPREP was asked to help make the Games plastics-free. We were able to distribute over 4,000 reusable water bottles to 4,000 athletes and officials. That meant we did not need to bring in plastic water bottles for the athletes and the officials. As a result of that action, over the 2 weeks period, we were able to take out of circulation about 1,500,000 milliliter water bottles out of circulation. That's an example of what we can do when we put our minds to it. The Prime Minister of the Solomons, when I met with him 2 weeks before the Games, said, we want to follow the example of Samoa. We want the next Pacific Games in 2023 to be plastics-free. We also were able to do this because we had the support of partners who were able to provide funding support to enable SPREP to put in place water infrastructure. So instead of distribution of plastic water bottles, we had 350 water hydration fountains located in all of the sporting venues, which meant that athletes and officials were able to use reusable water bottles from these water fountains. We are now in discussions with the government of Samoa to donate 250 of these water hydration stations for children in the schools. Let me also emphasize that in trying to address the issue of plastics, we need to make sure that we have the right legislation. Many of our countries still don't have the right and effective national legislation to address this issue. We need that. We need to create an enabling environment of both legislation and policy. Without that, we cannot get the private sector to be involved. I'm happy to say that as part of our action towards addressing this, we're now partnering a shipping company called Swire Shipping. Swire Shipping now takes low-value waste from many of our countries and transport these low-value waste from their countries of origin to places where we can then turn those waste into something else that is usable. Let me talk about marine pollution. Ambassador Peter Thompson touched a little bit on this. And I want to start off by reflecting on a decision by the forum leaders who met 3 weeks ago in Tuvalu. And one of the key issues that was discussed by the forum leaders was the issue of having an effective regional mechanism to address the issue of marine pollution. About 3-4 months ago, there was an oil spill incident on the island of Ranel in Solomon Islands. A bulk carrier carrying bauxite from a mine in the island of Ranel spilled bunker oil in the surrounding ocean. They are still trying to address the impact of that oil spill right now. But what transparent highlighted many of the gaps and the deficiencies that our countries have in dealing with marine oil pollution. First of all, the government of, and this is not a negative comment, but many of our countries have not done this. We expect compensation when these incidents happen, but the Solomon Islands in this case had not signed up to the relevant IMO, International Maritime Organization, conventions which would have helped them in terms of compensation. Secondly, the legislation was not effective enough in order to enable the people on the ground to do the work that they needed to do. And so this is an issue that was brought to the leaders, and the leaders have now directed SPREP to come up with a new response mechanism that will enable a rapid response to member countries in the case of an oil spill incident. There is a regional marine spill contingency plan called the PAC plan, which is currently being reviewed, but that PAC plan really is a framework for regional cooperation to respond to major marine spill. Under that review, we're now looking to put in place a rapid oil response mechanism that will enable a response within 24 to 72 hours. That has not happened as far as my knowledge is concerned in terms of these incidents. If that is put in place by next year, it means that many of our countries that are present here this morning will have that benefit. But that's an ongoing progress. Thirdly, can I talk about marine noise? I say this in the context of the fact that some of our member countries have major whale watching operations. One of the impact of pollution on our that we witness is the impact on our marine mammals. One of our most iconic marine mammals that we have in the region, that is an asset, economic asset for many of us, is the whale. And we at SPREP, we have helped our countries to develop guidelines to enable these operators to ensure that the whales are not impacted in a negative way, making sure that there is a minimization of noise, because noise can actually create depression for whales. It can affect them. And so we're finding that in some of our countries where there are major whaling operations, whale watching operations, we are seeing that the whales are moving away from the shallow waters to the deeper waters because of the noise. But it's not just the whale watching operations, there's a risk, potential risk also from activities of oil companies that include seismic activities that create a lot of noise. And a positive development, I want to end with this, a positive development that we're now beginning to see in the region is that some countries are now seriously putting in place what we call separation schemes, sea lanes. So some of these countries know where the whales come in, and so they are putting in place separation traffic sea lane schemes that will enable ships to actually navigate out of the known routes of whales and minimize noise and obviously collision. These are just some examples that are happening in the region. These are just some of the aspects of marine pollution. I don't have the time to go through it, all of it. But can I say that our countries need strong legislation, whether it's plastics, whether it's solid waste, whether it's mercury, whatever it might be, we need strong legislation backed up by action by the executive. I want to end by saying and reiterating what Ambassador Thompson said this morning. The ocean is in trouble. It is in trouble. And marine pollution is a signal, is a sign of the ocean responding. It's a sign that the ocean is in trouble and needs serious action on our part. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup pour cette intervention, Monsieur le Directeur Général LATU. Nous allons maintenant accueillir Monsieur Peni SUVEINAKAMA, analyste et responsable des océans au bureau du commissaire à l'océan Pacifique depuis 2018. Avant de prendre ses fonctions, Monsieur SUVEINAKAMA était diplomate.
Thank you for this presentation, Director General LATU. We are now pleased to welcome Mr. Peni SUVEINAKAMA, Oceans Analyst and Manager of the Office of Pacific Ocean Commissioner, OPOC, since 2018. Before that, Mr. SUVEINAKAMA was in Fijian Foreign Affairs. Among his various postings, he served at the Permanent Mission of Fiji to the UN under the leadership of Ambassador Thompson. In that capacity, Mr. SUVEINAKAMA negotiated the resolution to organize the first ever UN Ocean Conference.
High Commissioner of the Republic of France to French Polynesia.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée, Monsieur le Président du pays, Monsieur le Haut-Commissaire de la République, Messieurs, Mesdames, les représentants.
The sentiments of the two distinguished speakers before me in saying how honored the Office of the Pacific Ocean Commissioner is to be present here to present before this August forum, as well as to be part of the distinguished panel this morning. Just wanted to draw attention to the title of the presentation this morning for you. So, a resilient blue Pacific through a strengthened regional ocean governance. And I just wanted to take a step back to talk a little about ocean governance, because many are taken aback when they hear ocean governance being mentioned. So I just wanted to mention that at the global level, it is also not a clear picture for us. So we know that ocean governance is how we address ocean issues. As an institution, how we address ocean issues in terms of our legislations and policy frameworks, how we address ocean issues through action. But I just wanted to also mention that ocean governance at the global level, and the Pacific has done a lot of work in trying to address some of the issues on ocean governance at the global level. And we understand that ocean governance, like the ocean itself, there are currents that carry action across borders, across all corners of the earth. But ocean governance is such that at the global level, that there are different organizations dealing with oceans issues. There's a different organization dealing with environmental issues. There's a different organization that deals with fisheries. There's a different organization that deals with ocean science. And that is something that you can relate to the regional level as well. There are different organizations that deal with different issues, ocean issues in the Pacific. And I believe that you can also relate that to the national level, that there are different ministries, different government departments that deal with the different ocean issues. But I just wanted to mention this a bit. At the global level, as Ambassador Thompson has mentioned, every 3 years we have an opportunity to bring together all these ocean players and to redefine our next steps for the next 3 years with a global agenda of the 2030 agenda and SDG 14 in particular before us, as mentioned by Ambassador Thompson, something that has been fought hard by the Pacific at the global level. Now it is there, and we have a mechanism through the UN Ocean Conference to try and get everybody at the global stage true to the commitments that we have made at the global level. So I just wanted to mention that now I will just focus on the regional ocean governance, as I'm sure you will be able to relate. So presentation outline for you this morning is just briefly on our Blue Pacific, and there has been a lot of mention of Blue Pacific, our shared oceans and our shared responsibilities. and the renewed approach, what we are entering, the new time frame or the new decade, the new approach that is required, given the multitude of challenges that the region is confronted with. And then I'll just briefly go through the regional ocean policy frameworks that are in place with the Pacific, and then I'll talk a little about the Office of the Pacific Ocean Commissioner's office. The Pacific Ocean Commissioner, as appointed by the leaders in 2014, is the current Secretary General of the Pacific Island Forum, Dame Meg Taylor, and she conveys her apologies that she couldn't make it to this occasion. And of course, I'll talk about some of the challenges and risks and opportunities. Now, drawing back to what I've mentioned earlier, how you relate from the global level, how different organizations deal with ocean issues, to the regional level, to the national level. At the national level, some countries have taken some bold steps in terms of addressing some of the ocean governance approach at the national level. Some of the difficulties that are faced at the national level, the key ministries or the key government departments are not eager to come forward to take the lead on ocean issues. So we are left with a number of ministries reluctant to come forward and take on the challenge to take the lead, as government ministries like to carry out their own government coordination. But some of our national governments have put in place national ocean policies to govern, to identify who are the key stakeholders and who would be taking the lead in coordination. Some have appointed the relevant ministries of environment or fisheries. Some have appointed ministries of foreign affairs, so the non-sectoral ministries to take the lead. So national ocean policies, some of our countries in the Pacific have put in place. And some of the countries have also taken a further step by establishing national ocean offices. And these are the coordination offices that carry out coordination on ocean issues. We have seen the same step taken for climate change, but countries are now slowly taking the step on oceans as well. And we would like to, like the governments of Vanuatu, Cook Islands, and Tuvalu have established their own ocean national offices. And then I'd like to just lastly talk about the key challenges and the risks and some of the opportunities. So basically, just drawing our attention to how important the ocean is for us. As mentioned this morning, the cultural identity, the cultural ties, the tourism, the shipping, our food security. This is how important ocean is for the Pacific Island countries. And of course, we've heard this morning about how we as the Pacific, we as the citizens of the Blue Pacific continent, we have a say and we have a moral obligation to act on the importance of ensuring that our ocean issues are addressed with urgency. So you'll have here before you that despite our own national governments, our own national ocean spaces, that we are forming these large ocean states. We are also forming this large ocean continent, and we can see all too well how important the Pacific region is in terms of its share of the ocean as compared to the whole global oceans. I just wanted to draw your attention to the Blue Pacific narrative, taking into account the region's sustainable development progress, as we cannot address ocean issues alone without addressing the ecosystems and services. There are a lot of other interests that have come into play in recent times, and most of us are all too well aware that it's important that all these sectors, we cannot address ocean issues alone without addressing security. We cannot address ocean issues alone without addressing climate change. So we are now entering into new territories, and importance for us to just better organize ourselves. As mentioned during the opening this morning, the importance of coherence and coordination of our approach towards addressing the ocean challenges that is before us. So I just wanted to mention some of the regional ocean policy mandates and how they have come through. So in 2002, we had the regional ocean policy, Pacific Islands Regional Ocean Policy. It envisions a healthy ocean that sustains the livelihood and aspirations of the Pacific Island communities. And then in 2010, we had the predecessor for the 2002, which is the Framework for Pacific Oceanscape, which envisions this important approach of inclusivity in the decision-making, that the governments and the regional organizations, and there are other important players also present out there that needs to be part of the conversation moving forward. And then we had specific ocean declarations by leaders. We had the Palau Declaration, the Ocean, Life and Future, and then we have of course, the Framework for Pacific Oceanscape, embodying the importance of oceans, and then we have the Regional Roadmap for Sustainable Fisheries, the Ponape Ocean Statement. So we have quite a number of ocean policies, and I've just mentioned here one of the sectoral fisheries ocean policies, but I intended to just mention the overarching ocean policies, because there are a lot of sectoral ocean policies that exist out there that can help us. So moving on, so the Pacific Ocean Commissioner, and I just wanted to speak a little about the Office of the Pacific Ocean Commissioner, as a lot of people don't know about the Pacific Ocean Commissioner's Office, which was established through the Framework for Pacific Oceanscape by leaders in 2010. So in 2011, the Pacific Secretary General was appointed as the Pacific Ocean Commissioner. In 2014, the establishment of an office, but then the office was just, we were able to mend the office from 2018. So the Office of the Pacific Ocean Commissioner is barely 1 year old, still taking baby steps. But of course, the ultimate goal of the Office of the Pacific Ocean Commissioner is what the Ocean Conference is doing for the global stage, ocean governance. We are trying to ensure that we are also working together at the regional level. But in 2016, also in 2017, there were specific mandates by leaders, Pacific Island Forum leaders, for OPOC to play a central coordination role on ocean governance and integrated ocean management, and also advocacy. So in terms of the implementation of regional ocean policies, our crop agencies are the lead agencies, the implementation agencies. The Office of the Pacific Ocean Commissioner is not no implementation capacity, but rather looks into the coordination, proper coordination of the important work that's already been undertaken by the regional organizations. So we see ourselves as, together with the Marine Sector Working Group, coming in between and trying to ensure that the work of our regional organizations, CROP, are being looked after. So as part of the 2010 Pacific Oceanscape, there's also a Pacific Ocean Alliance. As I mentioned earlier, the importance, we are reaching a time where we are requiring all sectors of society to be part of the conversation. As I mentioned earlier, as citizens of this Blue Pacific continent, we will all need the resources, we will all need the brains, we will all need the science, we will all need the effort and the energy from all stakeholders to drive through all the important work on oceans. So we are seeing a time that the important work carried out by our regional crop agencies can also be complemented by the important work that's being undertaken by other organizations. And here is just my attempt, and please bear with my graph. This is something I prepared on the last night, so I was struggling to sleep. This is something I've come up with, so please bear with my crooked lines drawing here and there. But essentially, the point that I'm hoping to make out of this slide is to ensure that the green aspects are also being part of the blue, in the sense that they are being part of the conversation. And the Office of the Pacific Ocean Commissioner, through the Pacific Ocean Alliance, is hoping to achieve that the private sector, that the independent experts, that the civil society, that the women and youth, that the NGOs, that the WWF, the IUCN, and others are also coming on board to contribute their energy and their knowledge to the conversations that But of course, I understand that the crop agencies also directly contribute to member states in their own right. So I think the gist of this is having everybody as citizens of the Blue Pacific continent being part of the conversation. So, as mentioned by Ambassador Thompson, the BBNJ discussion is also being continued at the global stage. So, the Pacific Ocean Commissioner, in her advocacy role, is trying to ensure that all these processes are being informed of what we are currently doing in the region and the important work undertaken by a regional organization. So this is a photograph from the recent BBNJ Intergovernmental Conference last month in New York. But I just wanted to, I think this is the main part that I wanted to draw your attention to, just some of the challenges that you may not be facing at the national level, but certainly these are some of the, in terms of ocean governance, these are some of the key challenges, the risks, and also the opportunities. So first is as I mentioned from the outset, the dispersed nature of ocean governance in the region. We have the different organizations, we have the different civil society also doing their work, we have the different NGOs also carrying out their work. So I've identified a risk there that the continuing widening of these gaps or the dispersed continue to be, if they continue to be dispersed, that maybe the interlinkages will fall through, or maybe but there's certainly going to be gaps that will continue to appear if we continue to be dispersed in the way we conduct our business. Opportunity, we have an opportunity through the important ocean events of 2020 to now improve our coordination. And I think the Office of the Pacific Ocean Commissioner, as the leaders have identified or has given his marching orders to try and improve ocean coordination. And at the national level, as mentioned earlier, governments have done their own national ocean policies, identifying the stakeholders and the approach, and also established ocean national offices. Second, improve perception and coordination. For us, it's important that sometimes when we try to do coordination, we have to understand others' work. Some take it in a different way, that we're trying to take over the space, but essentially we're trying to understand all aspects and all the activities that have been carried out. The risks, in terms of the risks, the coordination might prove unsuccessful, as the coordination people are only aware of a selective number of issues. But opportunities, we have opportunity to strengthen and bolster our networks and trust. We understand that a number of important initiatives such as this, as well as some initiatives on information sharing, have come up that can really enhance this relationship amongst the different ocean players. The crowding of ocean policies, including sectoral, global, regional, and national. So there's, as you've seen earlier, there's a lot of ocean policies, and there are a lot of sectoral ocean policies at the different tiers of global, regional, and national. The risks there is continued lack of implementation, but opportunities, we have an opportunity to take a stock take once and for all. And when you look at the ocean policies, there are clear synergies that cut across all of the policies. Issues like pollution, issues as raised earlier, IUU, issues. So there's an important step that we will need to take in terms of taking a stock take on the ocean policies, because they will continue to grow moving forward. And just lastly is the strengthening of processes to inform decision making. The interaction between the green that I mentioned earlier and the policy makers is important, and we will need that interaction to continue in the future. The risks is that if this discussion or conversation don't continue, we will continue to take this on, this reactive approach when there's an issue that comes up, and then we take measures to address them. But I guess if we continue to have these conversations between the green and the decision makers, I guess we will have meaningful change moving into the future. And opportunities, identifying definitive processes to highlight key regional ocean issues for decision makers. think I'll leave it at that. My presentation will end there. I just wanted to mention that the importance of integrated ocean management and the attempt at the regional level. We also have a Pacific Ocean Alliance meeting from 1st to 4th of October, where we'll try to get all the players in one room to try and prepare our region moving forward, how we can best coordinate. It is happening already, but just now that we are confronted with so many other challenges, how we can improve on those relationships, how we can improve cohesion, harmonization, and coordination amongst our ocean players in the region. That is all from myself. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup pour cette intervention, Monsieur SUVEINAKAMA. Nous allons basculer à la phase interactive à présent. Il nous reste 2 étapes. La première étape, des questions à nos experts ici présents pendant 15 minutes. Et puis je le rappelle, à la suite de cette étape de questions, nous aurons aussi les interventions des différents parlements.
So we now reached the stage of questions.
Donc sans plus attendre,
So without further ado, we'll now go to the questions and answers. I will take the floor first because this conference is broadcast live on the internet, and we had a question by internet users for the experts here present. And so I'm going to put these questions first before I give you the floor. The question is about marine pollution, which echoes to what Mr. Director General LATU has just said, is about this, the sentiment, the feeling of our experts about the prospects of seabed mining in the Pacific. So what can we say about seabed mining in the Pacific? If one of this question about what is the prospect of seabed mining in the Pacific?
Thank you very much for this question. This is a question that I put to the SPREP environment ministers in their meeting last week. The issue was put to ministers in terms of what is your perspective, your view in terms of seabed mining? Should we engage in exploration and exploitation of seabed mineral resources? Or should we take a precautionary principle and perhaps maybe ensure that we have all of or most of the relevant scientific information that is needed for us for decision making? Now, let me perhaps maybe make some observations and we'll come back to that question. The first point I want to make is that if we look at mining on land in the Pacific, we do not have a very good record. We do not. And I can cite a number of examples, but I think I won't do that. But if we are now looking at exploiting seabed minerals, where we only have some of the information available to us, then it looks to me that the potential and the risk of damage, potential damage to the environment is potentially very high. And that is a consideration that lawmakers and executive must consider whether they engage in exploitation of seabed minerals. We had in our ministers' communique a reference to a moratorium. So there was a split between our membership. Some members wanted a moratorium on seabed mining and some didn't. And so we did not have that reference. But I think that there, in the last couple of years, we have seen a move more towards by many of our countries, given the knowledge that they have, that we need to step back a bit and find out what is under the sea before we start mining the seabed. There, apart from the potential impact to the environment, there is another very interesting point which Ambassador Peter Thompson and I discussed in our informal exchanges in the last day or so, and that is we start digging up the seabed. Now the seabed sequestrates more carbon than forest. If we start digging up the seabed, then we start releasing all of that carbon that is stored in the seabed. So quite apart from the potential impact on the environment, on our marine mammals, on our ecosystems, there is a potential risk in terms of increasing the impact of climate change by actually mining the seabed and allowing that carbon that's stored there to be released. I think I'll stop there. I'm pretty sure that Ambassador Peter Thompson might want to add to that, but I thought that I'll stop there. But you know, it's an ongoing issue. It's an issue that at this point seems to have some countries on one side who are in favor of seabed mining, and it's an issue that has some countries rethinking their approach and are now more cautious about whether to mine the seabed. Thank you.
Well, the Director General of SPREP has put me on the spot, so I'd better respond. I was president of the International Seabed Authority in Jamaica on 2 occasions. I spent 7 years of my life going down to Jamaica for 2 weeks every year, leading the Fiji delegation on this. Fiji has been intimately involved in the creation of the International Seabed Authority. We were the first to sign the Law of the Sea. We provided the first Secretary General of the International Seabed Authority for 3 terms. Let's say Fiji is, let's say, at the forefront of all this work on examining the deep sea floor. And you saw the statement that our Prime Minister made recently. After all that work, we have reached the situation where we say no to deep sea mining in our national waters. That is not to say that, you know, we don't respect the rights of other nations to do what they like within their EEZs. When it comes to the high seas, this, of course, is the work of the International Seabed Authority. And the richest area of deep sea minerals in the world is here in the Pacific, in the Clarion-Clipperton zone. It's a little bit north of us, just north of the equator, between Kiribati and Mexico. So, you know, we have a stake in this. The Pacific, if deep sea mining goes ahead, is going to be an area of great activity. And as the Director General said, you know, I believe the truth is we don't know the full picture yet about the biome of the ocean and what adding a significant stressor could do to that biome. Could it be the straw that breaks the camel's back? We don't know at this stage, to be totally honest. And that is why by consensus, the General Assembly of the United Nations agreed to mandate the decade for UN ocean science, which in my view, and this is very much a personal view, not a UN view, my view is the decade in which we can get the answers to the kind of questions we have about deep sea mining. Now, what is the hurry? The minerals are not going anywhere. They'll still be there in 10 years' time if after the decade has shown us that, in fact, it is safe to take those minerals up. But let's exercise the precautionary principle. That's my personal viewpoint. It's not a United Nations viewpoint. It's not the viewpoint of many of the countries represented here in the room. But we are required under the law of the sea to take the precautionary approach. And my view would be that since we've mandated that UN decade of ocean science, that would be the precautionary period that would involve us doing the right thing before making a decision to go down and start digging up minerals. And let's face it, by the time those 10 years are up, we may find that we no longer require those minerals. Current justification for getting them is that we need the rare earths and so on to make these mobile phones. But the companies are now telling us that by whatever it is, 5 years or something, that they will be totally recycling, that they won't need additional minerals for these things. There'll be a closed loop production of technology such as mobile phones. So, let's give it time. Let's not rush it. The ocean needs our help, and I think that's my personal view. As I say, it's not a UN view, and thank you. In the spirit of Talanoa.
Merci. Je me tourne donc vers vous pour savoir si quelques-unes
So
de
I
vos
now
personnalités ont
turn
des questions.
now to you if there are any questions.
You can go on.
Bonjour, je suis Vandegou
Good
Laura.
morning, I'm
Je
Vandegou
suis liée
Laura.
au Congrès de la
I
Nouvelle-Calédonie.
am a member of the Congress of New Caledonia, and I have a question about global warming. Is it possible to have modeling of the impact of global warming on the Pacific territories and have a time and geographical map of coastline erosion and also the disappearance of marine species?
May I first respond to that, Madam, and then pass the mic to my betters on my left here. Look, it's a very good idea. Of course, the IPCC 1.5 report answers a lot of those questions, such as, what happens to coral reefs when we get to 2 degrees. So part of that work has already been done. But there are important issues such as baselines for EEZs. What happens when these baselines go underwater? So again, this is evolving work with climate change, resulting in sea level rises, which affects our future in terms of do EEZs remain as they are now? I would argue very strongly that yes, they do, regardless of whether a base point has been submerged or not. So, yeah, I think your question is directed in the right direction, and the international community should be asked to respond to these changes. But I pass the ball to Kosi LATU, who knows more about this than me.
Thank you very much for that very valid question. I think part of the question was, is it possible in the context of global warming to have modeling for the Pacific, and I suppose in this case for New Caledonia? The answer is yes. Most of the modeling that we get from other partners, modeling that, for example, Meteo France. I met with the head of Meteo France at the end of last year, and one of the competencies that they have, or the expertise, is modeling. But for the most part, their modeling is only for Europe and France, and to a certain extent the Pacific. But what I asked Meteo France is, can we have local modeling? In other words, modeling that is focused on our local situations and our local conditions that will enable us to then to make predictions. And the answer was yes. The challenge is it's costly. It's not cheap. And so the way we do it is that we work in partnership, not just with Meteo France, but all of the Met services in the region, because these are the entities that have the expertise. But as I said, for the most part, it's a question of funding and making sure that there's sufficient financing of this particular activity. But the answer to your question is that we can get modeling to the scale that will suit your local situation. And you can make projections, up to 6 months. For us, we can do that. We do have the capability to do that. But it's a question of taking that regional overview, as it were, and then seeking to have a focused local modeling scenario for each of the countries. I was watching a program on Air New Zealand last week, and it was amazing the technology that NASA now has. And the satellites that it operates from space is able to see from that far animals on the ground and even people. And through a period of time, they're able to see from space the changes in the ecosystems, both land and sea. So there is technology. Is it accessible? It is possible, but it's a question of finance. So I think we have to be smart in the way in which we engage with partners that have the means and the technology, but we can obtain modeling for local scenarios for our, not just for our region, but for our own specific countries.
Merci. Nous avions une question du représentant.
Oui,
We have another
bonjour.
question.
Yes, good morning. And I would like to ask a few questions to Mr. Kosi LATU. It's very interesting what you said. So it turns around the global warming, you know, and the plastic pollution, right, in the world, and even in the Pacific Ocean. So what I would like, because you said, according to you, in 2023, for the Pacific Games in Samoa, there will be plastic-free, you said. So it means, if I understand what you said, that in Samoa, plastic is not allowed any longer, because our government is preparing, our Minister of Environment is preparing a law. We have to vote this law at the end of the year, a law against the utilization the use of the plastic here. So my first question. The second question, you said marine noise pollution is, so I would like you to give us some more details about marine noise pollution. What is it exactly? I'm president of the marine researchers here at the Parliament. I'm in the Assembly, and the members of the Assembly. So I would like to know more than that. So if you can give us some explanation about that. So because the impact of the plastic is very important, you said. Well, it turns, the priority is the plastic pollution here, I think, in the Pacific Island. You say that more than maybe 50% of the pollution, plastic pollution, comes from our island, you said. Is it right? No? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
President, with your permission, I'd like to respond to, I think there was 3 questions in what I heard from the good member. Can I begin with the question relating to the Pacific Games, the plastics-free games in Samoa? So I was asked by the organizing committee, how are we going to achieve this plastics-free games? And I said, it starts with a vision. It starts with a vision. And our vision that we were asked to convey to the organizing committee was this. We want absolutely no plastics at all. We are not talking about minimization or reduction. We are talking about an absolute removal of plastics. Now, the committee came back to me and said, but we know that there will be people who will bring plastics anyway. I said, if you aim high, you will achieve high. But if you have a vision that aims low, then you will achieve low. So there was a balance between reality, with what we wanted to achieve as a vision. So I really believe that the outcomes of the Pacific Games in terms of a plastics-free games was a huge success. Many of the athletes that came to the games were surprised that they didn't see plastic bottles around the sporting venues. They weren't given plastic water bottles. They were given reusable metal water bottles, which they took back with them. Many of them said when they go, who is the host of the 2023 Games, now wants SPREP to come and help the government to make sure that the 2023 Games is indeed a plastics-free Games. The point I want to make is that Solomons has 4 years. Samoa only had 14 months to prepare. And SPREP had only 5 months to prepare for this. So there is time for the Solomons to actually build on the legacy of the success of the Pacific Games in Samoa insofar as plastics is concerned. The second question, part of your question in terms of plastics was most of the countries are now banned single-use plastic. In the case of Samoa, it's a transitional plan. So in other words, plastic bags are now banned. And the next step is to then move to other forms of plastic like packaging, food packaging, which is a bit more difficult. And so there is a transition which is envisaged as part of this process. We recognize the fact that many of our companies and private sector people are looking for alternatives, and we must give them the time to be able to make the adjustment and the changes that are needed for them to be part of this process. So I think we have to be realistic. When we're talking about bans, most of our countries are talking about bans in terms of single-use plastics in the first instance, with a view to moving then to other forms of plastics, such as packaging. I think that that is a smart way of dealing with the problem. But it is happening. We are seeing evidence of our countries moving forward, and I think that that's very important. The issue about noise pollution, the scientists tell us that whales, for example, are sensitive to noise. They are. Too much noise will stress out the whales. And so for some of our countries that are engaged in whale watching operations, there are guidelines. Operators have guidelines to ensure that not only is there a safe distance, but that there is a need to ensure that they comply with the reduction of noise. We know that in some of our key locations where whales are part of the local whale watching operations, the whales are now moving away from the shallow waters to the deeper waters to avoid, to minimize noise. So there is already an impact that we're seeing in terms of the impact of marine noise on marine mammals, in particular, in this case, whales. So I hope that explains the questions that were asked. Thank you.
Merci. Avant de laisser la parole
if I could just add for a second, I just want, there's an excellent question about noise pollution because it's often overlooked and it's doing great harm to life in the ocean. Right? Most animal species living in the ocean depend on noise, breeding, communications of all sorts. And an engine noise disrupts that. You know, if you go out in the reef here with an outboard engine and go over the top, you're disrupting the functioning of the ecosystem below. Whereas if you're in a sailing waka or, you know, paddleboard or something, totally okay. So that's a very important point for all of us to think about. The other thing is that with industrialization of the ocean, and I'm not sure about deep sea mining, but certainly for the oil and gas industry, an essential part of prospecting is seismic air guns. They set off these air guns which penetrate the seafloor. If you hear the noise of those explosions, they are very, very loud. And scientific studies from West Coast University of Santa Barbara have shown that when a seismic gun is exploded like that, and remember there are thousands and thousands of these explosions going off every day around the world through this industrialization of the seafloor, that when you set off one of these seismic guns, it kills all zooplankton in a 1.2 kilometer radius. Kills. Right? And zooplankton are the basis of life in the ocean. So, you know, we're just sort of creating these dead zones wherever we explode one of these things. So I think the main lesson is that, you know, when we're looking at our national legislations about management of our oceans, that in our marine spatial planning, we make it very clear, you know, where underground noise is permissible, i.e. in our ports, and where it's not. And as Kosi LATU has just told you, for whales, this is really important stuff now. It's being done in Hawaii, and it's being done off the coast of Long Island and New York, where you have separate shipping lanes and whale lanes, because we know where the whales go. So you just move your shipping lanes and say you're not allowed to go here. It's doable. Huh? It's something, thank you for that question on noise pollution. It's not often talked about.
Merci, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. Très bien.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador.
Le temps passe
We're running,
rapidement.
unfortunately, out of time.
Questions en une, et nous allons à
We
présent
had 3
pouvoir
questions in one
écouter
here,
les
and
parlements dans
we will
cette
now listen
nouvelle phase.
to
Et je
parliaments
passe
in
donc la
this new
parole au
stage,
président de
and
l'Assemblée de la
now
Polynésie
leave the
française,
floor
Monsieur
to
Gaston Thompson.
the Speaker of the Assembly of French Polynesia. Thank you, Raimana.
J'invite Monsieur Ratou et
I will
Peni,
now invite Mr. Ratu Peli,
président, de bien vouloir prendre la parole. S'il vous plaît, c'est vrai que nous avons limité à 4 minutes.
please,
bien
please, can you
le
keep
temps,
your time to 4 minutes?
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President,
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Ratu Peli Ekau.
I was banking on being missed out at this. The Honorable Speaker of the Assembly of French Polynesia, Honorable Speakers, Honorable Members, ladies and gentlemen, we are all honored to be in French Polynesia a year before the next UN Ocean Conference that is due in Lisbon in June 2020, because it gives us the opportunity to thank our representatives of the Pacific Islands and acknowledge our role in spearheading the mandating of both the 2017 and 2020 UN Ocean Conferences. The Lisbon Conference will be the launching pad for the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, 2021-2030. The UN Decade is a call for action to define a new and sustainable future for the ocean and the life it supports, and the Pacific is expected to play a central role in its success. The Pacific region is on the front line of climate change. That means that we are also important allies in the fight against it. The Pacific Parliament's group, the United Nations Development Programme, and the Pacific Funds are jointly organizing this regional workshop to discuss an important sustainable development goal for the Pacific. SDG 14, Life Below Water, which is to conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. The full implementation of the Paris Agreement is a critical first step, and every nation must fulfill the nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, they have made. But it has become clear since Paris that the pace of climate change is even faster than what was thought at the time, and its impacts are far more serious. I know that I am preaching to the converted here today, but we are not strangers to reality, and we are not among those who leave it to others to face up to the great environment challenges of our time. Here are some of the latest alarming information that ought to be of grave concern for every global citizen, and especially those of us in the Pacific. The current NDCs fall well short of what is needed to achieve the objective of the Paris Agreement. Again, to keep global temperatures well below 2 degrees Celsius, above the pre-industrial level, and pursue efforts to limit warming to 1.5 Celsius. Even if all the commitments are honored, the global temperatures will be on track to be under 3 degrees. That would be a disaster for the whole planet. It would mean that Kiribati, Tuvalu, and the Marshall Islands are doomed, along with a great many other atolls as well. It would intensify the extreme weather events like Cyclone Winston and Cyclone Pam that have caused so much havoc for the Pacific nations. And it would make it virtually impossible for our agriculture to be able to continue to feed our people. The scientists are now telling us that with the disappearance of the summer ice around the North Pole and the eventual melting of the Arctic and Greenland, the global average sea rise would be a terrifying 7 meters, which means this room would be flooded and we would be treading water, while other houses would be flooded to the ceiling. That means Suva, as we know it, would be treading water as well, and so would large parts of every coastal city in the world, including many in the Pacific. And given that 80% of the world's cities are on coastlines, the global economy would be devastated. And along with that, the living standards of people throughout the world. On the best scientific advice, that is a nightmare scenario that we face. That is why Fiji had taken on COP23 presidency, to show leadership and help guide the world towards a solution to undoubtedly the greatest challenge humanity has ever faced. On the best advice, we must, by 2020, fundamentally turn the current position around. We must not abandon our Paris target of 1.5 degrees above the pre-industrial age, however difficult it may be to reach. We must also achieve net zero emissions of heat-trapping greenhouse gases within a few decades. That means shifting away from fossil fuels altogether and embracing renewable energy. Fiji, for its part, under its National Development Plan, aims to achieve 100% renewable energy by 2030. This year, the Fijian government also embarked on its 4 million trees in 4 years initiative, a national effort towards taking carbon out of the atmosphere through such means as planting forests and mangroves. But I must also be very frank that in some instances for us, all of us, it is already too late. We are already 1 degree above the temperature of the pre-industrial age. And with that, we are already seeing the destruction of some of our reefs through coral bleaching, with all that this entails for our food security, our tourism, our entire way of life. There is an urgency about the task ahead that cannot be overstated. I ask you all to use these 2 days to continue to put the Pacific on a leadership footing as we alert the world to the challenges we face. We must make the Pacific story one of investment and innovation, not one of destruction and despair. Fiji had taken on the role of president of COP23 on behalf of all Pacific Islanders, as well as citizens of vulnerable nations everywhere. That was very much a Pacific presidency. I know that most of you present are all fighting the good to overcome immense challenges of climate and ocean change. As individuals or as representatives on national, regional, and multinational action groups, you are part of such movements as the UN's communities of Ocean Action, the Pacific Ocean Alliance, and the Ocean Pathway at the UNFCCC, and the many collegiate activities to restore mangroves, establish effective marine protected areas, control marine pollution, and to instill sustainability as the overriding principle of the blue economy. The next 10 years will be more important for humanity than the last hundreds have been for our survival. Thus, we must all pay due attention to the findings of ocean science and play our rightful part in the communal decision-making processes necessary for the future well-being of all life on planet Earth. The choice is not between optimism and pessimism. It is between action and apathetic inaction. I urge you all to leave this conference as concerned pragmatists, with all hands steadily sailing our canoe to clearer and safer waters, and to do what we know is right. We have our universally agreed plan, the Paris Climate Agreement, and the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. So let us all do what we can to ensure the integrity of the plan's implementation. I thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je passe
Thank
la
you,
parole à la
Mr.
présidente
Speaker. Now give the
du
floor
Parlement
to
des îles Cook,
Mrs.
Madame
Nikki Rattle,
Rattle.
the Speaker
La
of the
parole.
Cook Islands Parliament.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I concur with the greetings given before on the interest of you asked for 4 minutes presentation, and I shall try. But first, quite alarming that our presenters this morning said the ocean is in trouble and needs serious action. That's quite alarming when our lives rely on our ocean. So what I'd like to do now is to present as what action the Cook Islands is taking in the issues that were presented to us this morning. So first, I think that the Cook Islands, it's very important for the Cook Islands to maintain climate change in the political agenda. All of us must keep that on the agenda. But also demonstrating that with the political will, for example, efforts to use renewable energy, sources of installation of solar grids throughout the Cook Islands, and I believe that is on track, and we should be meeting that in 2020, which many of the islands have already been covered. The establishment of the Marae Moana 2017, that looks at the areas and not the boundaries, incorporated an integrated management approach, connecting various government agencies, traditional leaders, and civil society representatives to engage on matters of conservation, sustainability, and the development of the Marae Moana. As we saw in a presentation earlier, how very important it is that you had the greens on the left side of your PowerPoint, how important it is to communicate with the rest of the decision makers, or those who suffer the most from the effects that we are looking at. And the Cook Islands are supporting regional efforts through FFA to find solutions to remove ozone depletion emissions from fishing vessels. There's a role of ensuring that any conservation and management measures are legally enforceable, and these have to be fit for purpose. In regards to the sea level rise, the Cook Islands have secured the boundaries through the enactment of the Maritime Zone Act of 2018 that provides the legal framework for declaring and expressing the rights of the Cook Islands and other states in relation. However, there's more work to be done at the international arena to ensure that international legal frameworks, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, will support these boundaries in perpetuity to diminish these established rights, particularly in the Pacific. Where the biodiversity of boundaries beyond jurisdictions, of national jurisdictions, the Cook Islands are engaged in these negotiations, and in order for timely implementation to occur, it is important that materials are prepared for the parliamentarians of having a good awareness amongst themselves in making legislation for these areas. Where the pollution of marine debris strategy is concerned, the marine pollution, as we've just heard recently, is a significant regional and national problem for all of us, not just for the Cook Islands, for all of us, as we have agreed. The plastics pollution and waste management in general is a significant challenge for the Cook Islands. So a revision of our infrastructure, Cook Islands legislation that was just passed earlier in the year, is seeking to enhance the tools and mechanisms available to address waste management, including preventing single use of plastics. And I'll speed up. There's got to be greater efforts to understand the cause and the effect, and supporting the development of legislation to reduce marine pollution. It is required by all parties, not just the government, that all parties, and it's got to start at home before looking beyond to the region, to the international body. It must be started at home. So the Pacific, in looking at scientific research, the Pacific is in a unique position in having the Council of Regional Organizations, the CROP, with specialized technical agencies, as yourself, sitting in the front here today. So the Pacific has these organizations that are able to support them in their efforts from our regional countries. There is a need, we feel this is a very important need, to document traditional knowledge in the context of scientific information, and importantly, ensure it is accessible to the public. The public must be informed in these areas. But there is also, this is compounded by our desire to keep our Maori language going. So, you know, the scientific, technical information also needs to be translated in our language, so the people we're dealing with, trying to change the mindset, are able to understand what is going on. Finally, was the SDGs 14. The SDGs are incorporated in the National Sustainable Development Plan, and all ministries' plans must reflect the SDGs in order to be awarded money during the budget time. And there is a monitor, an evaluation, and reporting time to inform the country. I thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Alors,
thank you,
pour les îles Cook, Madame
Speaker.
Moran aussi voudrait intervenir.
For the Cook Islands, maybe Madame Brown would like to have the floor
Brigitte Cook.
for the Cook Islands.
Vous avez
Madame
une
Brown.
deuxième intervenante.
Madame
That will
Brown.
be for tomorrow for theme 2.
Tomorrow. Yeah,
Thank you.
okay, thank you. J'invite maintenant M.
I now
Adrien
invite
Rouhaoué,
Mr. Adrien
vice-président
Rouhaoué,
du Parlement de la
Vice
Nouvelle-Zélande.
President of the
Passe la
Parliament
parole.
of New Zealand.
Merci. Fran.
Kia ora. There's a daunting challenge before us, but the point that I want to make is that the solutions are also amongst us here. And I think we need to trust in ourselves that we collectively have the solutions for our world. We have a saying where I come from, and I'm going to change it slightly to be appropriate for this gathering. We are the ocean, and the ocean are us. That means that when the ocean is well, so are our people. And when we are well, so is the ocean. So I think in New Zealand, we are well aware of the daunting task ahead of us, and that we have to make some significant responses. Before our Parliament right now is a bill called the Climate Change Response Zero Carbon Amendment Bill. We are legislating our commitment to the lowering emissions to have a net zero carbon economy by 2050. We have a target for 2040 and a target for 2050. We are an agricultural country, so we have some significant issues to resolve of how to lower those emissions. But we also are committed to it because we know that that will have serious impact on everyone else. But there is actually a positive side to this. We want to use science and innovation in our favour to lower those emissions, and through that share that with the rest of the world. We think we also need to balance that off by planting more trees, and we are well on our way for our 10-year target of planting 1 billion trees in New Zealand. That also presents its own issues. We have corporations buying up land in New Zealand specifically to plant trees to offset their emissions. We have to deal with that as well. It's not a completely bad thing, but we should not also let them off the hook that they need to reduce their emissions as well. And so those are the two things that I wanted to contribute. But I just also want to join with colleagues and acknowledge the work that has been done around the Pacific, in New Zealand as well, banning single-use plastic items, plastic bags. And there is a rising consciousness amongst people across our country around the use of plastic items, what we can do in the future, and ensuring that we don't pass on this problem to the next generation and the generation coming. We owe that to them, and we are committed to making sure that what we do does not impact on the ocean. So in 2050, we hope that, well, we have to, because we will have it in legislation, and it will be against the law not to. Nō reira, tēnā tātou.
If I could just make a quick response there, I really want to thank you for underlining the importance of innovation. I too believe that we will find the solutions. Why do I have faith in that? Basically, since humanity walked out of East Africa, the beginning of the Anthropocene, the beginning of the Holocene, we've had two great strengths as a species. And those two great strengths are our ability to share. We would never have developed agriculture or industrialization or space age without sharing of resources and knowledge. And the second great quality of humanity is our power of innovation. You know, the opposing thumb, we went from developing Stone Age tools through to the space age, through innovation. So why, at the time of humanity's greatest ever challenge, which is the climate change challenge, would we give up on our two best qualities, which are better sharing of information, resources, and innovation? Just not logical that we would stop. So I do believe also with the honourable member from New Zealand that we will find the solution.
Merci, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. Nous
Thank you,
passons la
Mr.
parole
Ambassador.
à Monsieur Secretariat Sakayo,
now
président du Parlement de
leave the floor
Tokelau.
to Mr. Sakaria
Monsieur
Sakayo.
Sakayo, à vous la parole.
Yarana Maloney. Honorable Speaker of the Assembly of French Polynesia, honorable members, and ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take this opportunity to thank members of the Pacific Island Parliaments Group for welcoming our small nation into this so important conference. Indeed, an opportunity to strengthen bonds and friendship throughout the Pacific and shared approach to common issues. As a large ocean atoll state, Tokelau recognized that our identity and culture are immediately tied to the health and resilience of our ocean. We also recognize that our ocean is the lifeblood of our economy, coastal, nearshore, and offshore fisheries, in particular, are critical to our lives, livelihoods, social and cultural well-being. In this regard, we reaffirm our full support to the Ocean Agenda agreed by the UN Ocean Conference in 2017 as a vital first step towards the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals. We, Tokelau, reiterate our full support to the Paris Agreement, which recognizes the essential role of the ocean as a key climate regulator. Indeed, climate change and ocean action are two sides of the same coin, and we will continue to ensure both remain at the top of the global agenda. As a new member, I don't say that much. I listen to my big brothers and my older sisters. But once again, I want to take this opportunity to thank the government and the people of French Polynesia for the warm hospitality accorded to us since our arrival. Through you, Honorable Gaston Tong, I convey to the government and the people of French Polynesia, our families and friends of this vast Pacific we call home, our warmest and best wishes from the government and the elders and the people of Tokelau. As many of you know, Tokelau is one of the smallest of developing island nations, if not the smallest in the Pacific. I think of how small we are. I recall the wisdom in the word of Peli Hawofa, we should not be defined by the smallness of our island, but by the greatest of our oceans. We are the sea. We are the ocean. As small as Tokelau may be, we remain committed to working together with Pacific family toward continued in health and resilience of our oceans. With this, it is indeed an honor to be among you in this so important conference. Once again, our heartfelt thanks to the government and the people of French Polynesia. Whakahetai, Maru.
Merci, Monsieur Sarkayo, président du Parlement de Tokelau. J'invite Monsieur Savali Tabalou Ale, président de l'Assemblée du Samoa américain.
The full text of my statement has been submitted for the record and also for the benefit of all the parliament leaders. Honorable members of the various Pacific Island parliaments, I bring you warm greetings from the U.S. territory of American Samoa. I am honored to have this opportunity to give a brief update on how American Samoa continues to provide protections of our ocean environment and the positive impact it has had on the lives of our people and how it applies to the theme of this year's conference, the blue economy. As you all are aware, American Samoa continues to be home to one of the largest tuna canning operations in the world. Starkey's Samoa remains the only cannery in the territory and continues to be the second largest employer on the island. They and its support services account almost half of our economy. So while we are grateful for their presence, the company also accounts for a great deal of pollution in our immediate and surrounding waters. Our struggle has been trying to strike a balance between keeping this great resource and ensuring that they are held accountable to the damage it has done to our waters. We have begun to push back. In 2016, the American Samoa Environmental Protection Agency joined the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency in a lawsuit which called on Starkeys to pay for pollution in our harbor. The court awarded damages of $6.5 million, and they further ordered Starkeys to perform major upgrades to their plant as well as other protection measures. Also in 2016, the American Samoa government filed lawsuits against the National Marine Fisheries Service of the United States Department of Commerce for failure to consider our treaty accession with the United States when creating rules and regulations. Our government called for protection of coastal fishing grounds, which is protected under our treaty, and the federal courts agreed. This was the first major test of our agreement with the United States, and we are now able to hold the federal government accountable for the promises it has made to our people. These two major victories for our people marks a trend in the shift in focus for our government. It also adds to the success of our government to curb the damage caused by consumer products, which end up in landfills, ocean, and our bodies. In 2010, our government prohibited the use of supplying of petroleum-based bags to consumers and customers in American Samoa. Also in 2010, our government passed the Tobacco Restriction Act, which not only banned the smoking in almost all the public areas, but also provided heavy fines for violators, including large fines and even the closure of businesses who allow for smoking in their establishment. Our government continues to level heavy fines and even encouragements for illegal fishing, physical destruction of the coral reefs, and causing the bleaching of the reefs. While the government of American Samoa works to lessen our dependence on the cannabis, diversifying the economy has not been easy. In the near future, measures to ban the use of single-use of plastic products and styrofoam will come before the legislature for debate. While we expect pushback from both the private sector and residents, we firmly believe that we can achieve both thriving economy and provide protections to the environment. I am sure this is something we are all working together towards to learning the innovative steps and trends taken our brothers and sisters in our region. Again, thank you for this opportunity and pray for the Success Conference. Soifua.
Merci, Monsieur le Président du Parlement de Samoa américaine. Je passe la parole au premier vice-président
of the Parliament of American Samoa.
Monsieur
And now I give the floor to the chairman of the Parliament, the Congress of New Caledonia.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée de Polynésie française,
Honorable Speaker of the Assembly of French Polynesia, Honorable Speakers of Parliaments of the Pacific Islands, Your Excellencies, please allow me to thank the Speaker, our host, President Tong, and for the people who hosted us and welcomed us so warmly. And please extend the apologies of our President of in Nouméa who couldn't make it. And on his behalf, I want to share how much we're proud to be here and for the themes that will be discussed throughout this conference, especially the one we discussed this morning, the resilience of the Pacific. The group that I represent has projected to make and enhance the links between the ties between the Pacific populations. And that's what we're doing also with the Spearhead group of New Caledonia. And we strive to establish partnership in the Pacific and even beyond the Pacific Rim. To reach the resilience of the Pacific, the regional step and level is mandatory if you want to have an impact in the region. before the UN Climate Summit in New York. Our work has contributed to accelerate the success in our fight against climate change. And this resilience is meant to be at the human levels, at each level of everyone, through actions, through words, that we will manage to reach those goals, through a local and regional cooperation that will be strong so that some concrete actions will be implemented. The countries in the Pacific have some invaluable biodiversity, and also they have in common the geopolitics value. Every space of dialogue is to be seized to exchange about all these issues, because some effects of the climate change are obvious. Sea level rise, or tempests and cyclones, perturbations in agricultures, or in migrations of whales and turtles. All of these signs are signs that the nature is being impacted. And these phenomena are multiplying, especially in the New Caledonia. And we cannot follow the same trajectory as before and do the same things. The economy needs to undergo some major transformations. The blue society needs to be structured on the long run and not based on a temporary economy and goals. So we need to significantly build together for youth, so that they will have a serene future. And to do that, the regional cooperation has the shared values and the culture of solidarity, which is essential. And our territories and countries, with all the stakeholders' instances, to build the future of the Pacific and fight against the climate change through regional cooperation. For that, to that end, we have two key themes: the resilience of the oceans and the fisheries. The documents that we received to prepare these 2 works are excellent documents. Now we need to give them some political sense, so that we could get from there an ensuing judicial framework that will be efficient and implemented. Regarding the Pacific resilience, it is important for us to open the dialogue on structuring infrastructure, to put in place the human beings at the core of those plans, so that our inhabitants could envisage a future for their children in the very land they were born. What is at stake in regards to biodiversity or marine wildlife is a daily concern for us. A long-term consultation will enable us to work together, but we need to face those challenges and the plastic invasion in our territorial coastal lands. And so we need to mobilize more and more the regional cooperation to speed up things, so that we come from negotiations and move from negotiations to actions. In less than a very short time, San Francisco managed to ban plastics in the airport. Hawaii, Palau, and they're all implementing some ambitious programs and plans which stimulates the economy and the countries, respective countries. And New Caledonia slowly but surely is trying to be stimulated by the innovative initiatives. And we could have some various futures in terms of tourism as well. In our protected marine areas, such as in Polynesia, we need to take into account our traditional and ancestral habits as well and traditions. By also, because for a future we need to rely on culture as well. And after the transition in terms of energy, we are, as far as I'm concerned, trying to explore all potential to see what has been done in Fiji, for instance, to fight against the sea level rise. There are different tools, different infrastructures, and the use of environment. These are methods that could be used in any islands. In terms of infrastructures, to build so that they can face the sea level rise. In terms of nickel, the usage of certain usage of this industry, some work needs to be done. And regarding the other infrastructures or human buildings, some islands are using some environmental strategies, whether by the construction of mangroves or other barriers, natural barriers, like in Futuna, and some other methods in Kiribati, or to reimplant some corals. In Tuvalu, you also reimplant some mangrove trees. In Maldives, the mangroves have been taken away and have fragilized the coastal lines, and they are now reimplanting mangrove trees. So to conclude, what is at stake is colossal. In this part of the region, if we did not manage to show some resilience, we would have disappeared already, I believe. So the faculty, the aptitude to adapt ourselves despite the unfavorable circumstances leads the peoples of the country of the Pacific to be resilient. So this is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Premier vice-président du Congrès de la Nouvelle-Calédonie. Je passe la parole à M. Marcelino Barthélémy, vice-président représentant le Parlement de la République du
Vanuatu. Who was on behalf of New Caledonia. I now give the floor to Mr. Marcelino Barthélémy from Wallis and Futuna. Mr. The Speaker of the French Assembly, dear Gaston, I would like to seize the opportunity to really warmly thank you for everything you've done so far. Mr. Gaston Tong, I would like to thank your staff who's been giving us into our delegation a warm welcome. And I want to say thank you to those I forgot and who's been working on the backstage for the success of this meetings. I wanted to show and express my gratitude and thankfulness. Honorable members of this Assembly of French Polynesia, honorable presidents or speakers of different parliaments, various parliaments here, honorable parliamentarians of the Pacific, honorable members of various delegations from the Pacific, dear friends from Oceania. As Oceanian and representative of Vanuatu government, I'm quite sensitive about what our countries in the Pacific are encountering. in terms of challenges. Most of the Pacific regions, we are playing a key role, not only for our region, but for the world as well. The tuna fishing is causing some concerns from people all over the world. And the Pacific is reaching a point where there's no return. There's $700 million per year that we're losing in terms of tuna. So it's important for us to work together with some technical help and support from France, who is present here, and from Wallis for tuna, and New Caledonia and French Polynesia as well. Vanuatu can also, through an MOU, can work with all the stakeholders, because we all have a common foundation, which is the Pacific Ocean. Currently, Vanuatu is doing some traditional fishing, and we don't have industrial fishing, and we are giving some licenses to Chinese and Koreans, and we do not have some studies yet on the impact it does. Regarding the blue economy in Vanuatu, it could be summed up in 3 points. We are using what we have locally, which generates some added values to the populations and the needs of the society and the population. The island Pacific countries are in rich biodiversity, which is now threatened by extreme climate changes, which can lead to the disappearance of several things. And there are some cyclones from 5th categories, which can lead to a scarcity in terms of food supplies for a few months. And what happened recently is that they worked together with Fiji government, Tuvalu, Marshall Islands, a partnership that has been strengthened to guarantee the economic development of our region. The marine resources is the main resource of a country, and we are alongside of the offshore resources, and the fishing is 20% of the world supply in tuna. Vanuatu is a developing country and does not have so far yet the sufficient net financial resources to face up all the challenges of this blue economy. But through partnerships and a 5% growth, Vanuatu is trying to develop the sector of tourism so that it will become independent and food-wise. It is important to remember that Vanuatu is the emblematic country for as far as the changes in countries that are facing climate change, small countries and islands. And the government is forced by the climate change to take some drastic changes. And in last February, the government and its ministers have decided and voted a law to forbid and prohibit some kinds of plastics. And with all these elements, the Vanuatu has decided to even go further and prohibit some other types of plastics next year. From December 1st, 2019, some other types of single-use plastic bags will be forbidden. Those for fruits and vegetables, those as to eat. Single-use plastic plates and forks, and other single-use plastics will be prohibited. And before 2020, will work on other plastics items, types of plastics. And the government is trying to raise awareness in the civil society and the private sector. And we're working with the association Green Wave of Vanuatu and prohibition on the prohibition of single-use plastic bags. And we are trying to make people be aware of the resources, marine resources that we have, that we need to preserve. And the government and the population have a key role to play. And the same, likewise, the government and regional agencies do have a key role to play as well. And government of Vanuatu wants to be part of all of that at the regional level. I thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Marcelino Barthelemy, Vice President of the Vanuatu Parliament. I now give the floor to Ms. Senior, who is representing the Parliament of Palau.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm going to yield the floor to my colleague, Delegate Sebastian Marino of the House of Delegates in the Republic of Palau to deliver the statement for the Republic of Palau. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Your Excellency, President Tong. Before I begin, let me take this opportunity on behalf of the delegation of the Republic of Palau, and would like to extend our sincere thanks and heartwarming appreciation to you, the government of the French Polynesian, and the people of Tahiti for such a warm welcome and hospitality that we have experienced since our arrival. Let me start off by thanking every distinguished member of Parliament and ladies and gentlemen who are in here today. Ali, and greeting from the Republic of Palau. On behalf of the Palau Congress, National Congress, we would like to thank you for the invitation to take part in this conference of the Pacific Island Parliament. We are elated to be here in Tahiti and to participate, discuss, collaborate, share, and learn with you all about topics related to the blue economy. Having said that, let me share what Palau have done as part of its contribution to the preservation of our ocean, which we all share. The Republic of Palau respects the needs to promote the resilience of Pacific Ocean, and our people strive to develop and implement sound policy and practices that reflects these important needs. To develop our understanding of and further promote resilience, the Republic of Palau has established the Palau International Coral Reef Center and has tasked the center with conducting marine research, training, and educational activities. The research carried out by the center is essential to understand the impact that human activity has done on the environment. The center has conducted long-term ecological monitoring studies on the coral reefs, fish, microinvertebrates, to quantify disturbance, impact, coral mortality, discovery time, and the global trend through time. The aim of this monitoring study is to inform stakeholders, develop and adopt policies, and improve conservation management of the natural resources. The coral reef communities in the Republic of Palau has demonstrated resiliency to past disturbance, including during major bleaching event related to El Nino and super typhoon damages. Although examples of resiliency and positive action in our famous jellyfish lakes takes 2 years following a severe drought, the lake was able to recover due to action taken by our state government in closing the lake to visitors. This demonstrates that it is not too late to act in addressing human impact and related climate change impact. The ocean has shown us its resiliency, but we should not take this resilience for granted. The damage may become irreversible if we may lose resources that are essential for our survival. Building this scientific capacity in our community has helped us to identify management and conservation needs that inform policy decisions of our government. As a result of the Center's research, the Republic has undertaken coral restoration project, effectively regulate ecotourism and fisheries, and establish the marine protection areas to improve coral resilience against environmental stressors. There is still much unknown about our ocean, its process, and its resources. It is through research, collaboration, discussion among our nations that we will lead to the development of a solution for restoration and promotion of the health, productivity, and resilience of the ocean. The Republic has and will continue to take steps through sustainable development while also ensuring the protection of the environment. Most recently, we have amended our law related to our national marine sanctuary to reflect environmental and ecological changes. Environmental and economic changes. This sanctuary protects our ocean resources and promotes resiliency through a prohibition on fishing, disturbance, destruction, removal, or alteration of any resources within the 80% of our Republic EEZ. In balancing conservation and economic development, we have established a domestic fishing zone with which only those fish caught through presening, utilizing free-schooling methods, and long-line fishing may be exported for commercial purposes. Critically, we have also recognized the need for more collaboration between research, regulations, and enforcement to effectively manage the ocean and its resources. We have amended the law to require the Center to develop and recommend appropriate conservation management measures to our primary national regulatory body for marine resources, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, and Tourism. This ministry has the authority to regulate fishing and export activities as needed. It is through this cooperative management initiative that we can effectively conserve our resources and preserve our environment, while also sustainably grow our economy. Further, through legislation, we have required our Ministry of Justice to monitor and enforce the restriction related to the exclusive economic zone, domestic zone, and the Palau National Marine Sanctuary, demonstrating the full commitment of our national government to the effective management and preservation of our ocean and its resources. We firmly believe a regional collaboration approach to ocean management will aid in our understanding of marine process and allow for effective and efficient processes to local and global threats to our ocean. We are pleased to share with you all our experience and learn from your experience to better save the Pacific, the ocean around the globe. Our custom and tradition provide us with a pathway that guide us toward the promise of conservation, preservation, and sustainable development. It is the utmost priority of the Republic to promote and further sustain the use of these resources and preserve the health of the entire ocean ecosystem. Maruru.
Haruru, merci. Terminons par l'intervention de
Let's now
M. Kalani
conclude
English,
with Mr. Kalani English,
qui est représentant
who is the
le président du Sénat de
representative
Hawaï.
of
Merci.
the Hawaiian Senate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Express the deep gratitude for your warm welcome to us here in Tahiti and French Polynesia, and to all the ambassadors and heads of organizations, speakers, and presidents of various legislative bodies. All due respect and aloha from Hawaii. Let me begin by saying that a number of years ago, Hawaii ended the debate on whether or not global warming was happening and climate change was happening. We simply said, yes, it is. We accepted the science. And then we began laying the policy framework for Hawaii to operate within our own system, within the political constraints that we are in. Therefore, we adopted, in as much as we could, the terms of the Paris Accord as local law in Hawaii. Even though our national government is heading in another direction, we decided that this was the best route for us. Shortly after that, we established a Climate Change Commission, and from there, we commissioned regional maps, electronic maps, of all of our coastal areas. Put this online so that you can look at the projections of global warming and climate change and sea level rise, so landowners can decide for themselves. So now if you own a piece of land by the ocean, you can look it up by your legal description. Go online, you can do it from here if you'd like, and it'll give you our best projections of when your property will be inundated. So this is government data that's put out and for businesses and landowners and property owners to use. We have also, because we have ended the debate on climate change in Hawaii, we are now looking at how we can best preserve and protect our shorelines, move forward with best practices of the region, and join with other regional bodies, regional governments, to combine our efforts. So in this regard, we have begun sending delegations to international meetings. We have begun sending delegations, technical delegations to working groups and other technical groups around the world to integrate our best practices and to learn from the rest of the world how to best prepare our society for the future. We have banned single-use plastic bags for our 4 regional local governments. All of those governments have banned the use of plastic bags. So in essence, the entire of Hawaii has banned the use of plastic bags. Now we're looking at things like plastic utensils, styrofoam containers. We have begun asking our tourism industry, and to give you an example, our population is 1.5 million. We have 12 million visitors a year. So at any given time, for every person that we have living in Hawaii, there are 3 to 4 to 5 visitors on the islands. So this is a huge impact on our environment. We're asking the visitor industry, the tourism industry, to come up with ways to reduce the use of plastics, to reduce the use of water, to reduce consumption overall. We have set a goal of 100% renewable energy by 2040, 100% food production and food security. So while we have set the lofty goals, Mr. President, we've set the aspirational agenda. The hard part is implementing. Oh, and the final thing I'd like to say on this is that we have adopted all 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. So the Hawaiian government, our executive, our judiciary, our legislative, as well as the 4 local governments have all adopted this, and therefore we're retooling our measurement platforms to harmonize with the international platform. And in fact, in many of the 17 goals, Hawaii is well advanced in meeting them or exceeding them. For example, in gender equality, the women are actually much more equal in Hawaii than anywhere else in the United States. In fact, as many Pacific Islanders know, women actually control. So we are well advanced in that regard. Mr. President, in Hawaii's position on protecting the ocean, we are committed, and that is why we are here with all of you. We have some of the best scientists in the world in Hawaii. We have worked for many years with many of your organizations on a technical level. Now we are coming from a political level as well. And so we are reaching out, becoming involved in the regional organizations, and partnering with all of you so that we can move together in harmony. So with that, Hawaii endorses the concepts of the resilient Pacific Ocean. We are trying to implement many of the measures to reduce our own consumption in Hawaii and to create a safer environment for everyone. In fact, just last year, Hawaii banned sunscreens. There are 2 chemicals in sunscreens that were killing our coral reefs, and our scientists at the University of Hawaii proved this. And so we were the first jurisdiction in the planet to ban this substance. Subsequently, the pharmaceutical companies that produced the sunscreens have now reformulated their sunscreen, removing these 2 chemicals, and finding that it still works very well, and now will begin marketing the new products globally. So we will continue to innovate scientifically, continue to innovate in the business and on the business level, and now also on the political level to engage with the region so that we can mitigate against climate change. The term that we're using is a managed retreat. We're asking our big businesses in Hawaii to look at how they're going to move inland from the coast. Our power is produced along the ocean. Our wastewater systems are along the ocean. All of these will be inundated within 20 years. And as we all know, the scientists are telling us that these numbers are moving up quicker. Warming is happening quicker. Therefore, it's probably within 15 years that our systems will be inundated. So Hawaii is pleased to join the rest of the Pacific in these endeavors. We offer the best of our scientists, we offer the best of our political knowledge, and we offer our cooperation and our partnership with the rest of the Pacific so that we can move together. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, Monsieur Kalani English. Nous avons terminé les discussions autour du thème sur la résilience de l'océan Pacifique. Je voudrais remercier l'ensemble des intervenants d'abord pour le niveau et la qualité de leurs interventions. Remercier chacun des présidents, speakers qui sont intervenus pour aussi la qualité et de leur intervention. Je voudrais suspendre notre conférence, notre séance de ce matin. Nous allons donc faire une pause déjeuner et nous allons reprendre à 14h30 nos travaux. Merci. Bon appétit.
We'll now resume at 2:30.
we're going to take a break. You're going to have lunch outside this room. Donc, le déjeuner se tient juste à l'extérieur de l'hémicycle. Merci. Mesdames et messieurs, nous allons reprendre notre conférence.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to resume our conference. I have the pleasure of introducing this resumption with a session under the guidance of UNDP, who is present in more than 170 countries. It's one of the most, it eradicates poverty and exclusion. I will now leave the floor to Jean-Raphael Giuliani, who will start with this session. He works at the UNPD in Fiji for political participation of women and so assistance to political parties in 15 Pacific Island countries. He worked before on the strengthening of institutions in countries who were in a phase of political transition. I will go back to you at the end of the session to inform you about our evening and about the program for tomorrow morning. So I'll see you afterwards. So I'll now leave the floor to Mr. Giuliani.
Merci Hervé. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs,
Mr. President, to all speakers and presidents of the Pacific Parliaments, distinguished members of the Pacific Parliaments, Your Honor, good afternoon. Thank you for this introduction, Hervé. Mr. Speaker, I would like to tell you how honored I am to represent UNDP for this first, for French Polynesia, and maybe, as it was said this morning, this is a first also in the Pacific, as it was said this morning. I thank you for welcoming us, for inviting us to invite UNDP to take part in this event. It's a real pleasure for us. I would like to give some indicators about the objectives of the session this afternoon. I understand that the session should not last too long. I committed to respect this request, and the same goes for Jeff as well. We think that it would be interesting to discuss together about a few technical points regarding parliamentary mechanisms that could enable, and already enable in many cases, to your parliaments to work on issues that were tackled this morning. Mainly the two main topics, the blue economy and the resilience of the Pacific Ocean on the one hand, and the blue economy and sustainable fisheries. So we'll have two presentations, a brief one by myself about the SDGs and their connection with these two issues, these two topics, and then a second presentation and how this connection between the SDGs and today's topics can enable parliaments to work towards their achievement. And the second part, a presentation by my colleague Jeff Dubrow, who will present a draft regional methodology about the mechanisms enabling processes, enabling Pacific parliaments to work on the scrutiny of policies regarding combat against climate change. So I will start with the SDGs. Thompson already talked about these this morning, this framework and those general guidelines, the 2030 agenda that was adopted in 2015 by the United Nations. We have 70 major objectives, sustainable development objectives, whose aim is to So I'm trying to make this work, sorry. So we promote sustainable development, of course, but also that preserves the environment, the natural resources, and in an inclusive manner, which is one of the main objectives of the 2030 agenda, so that everybody, no one is left at the side of the road. So these SDGs are different from the Millennium Objectives for Development. First, they apply to all within a state, not only to public institutions, but also to stakeholders, social stakeholders, the private sector, the civil society, and they also apply to at the international level. So the states from the northern hemisphere and from the southern hemisphere. So what are the objectives that are pertinent for our works on the blue economy and the resilience of the Pacific Ocean? So this was mentioned this morning by President Thompson. So the SDG 14, which is preservation of sea life, is quite evident for the blue economy. But since SDGs must be designed as an integrated whole and apprehended in a holistic way, this means that you have to take them as a whole, not separately. So other objectives, other goals are also pertinent in this work about blue economy. The SDG 13, the combat about climate change, but also other SDGs, maybe the SDG 6, about the quality of water and wastewater treatment. Also the SDG 8 about inclusive growth, and SDG 9 and SDG 12 about responsible, sustainable production and consumption. These are examples, because if we try to focus on these objectives regarding their indicators, we can see that some indicators apply to many objectives. In the final declaration in 2015, 240 general indicators were identified. In 2017, a working group for the Pacific identified those indicators that were more interesting, more pertinent for the Pacific region, for the Pacific island states. And so 132 indicators were identified. For instance, for the SDG 14, who originally had something like more than 20 indicators, and this new Pacific framework were reduced to 9 more specific indicators that were relevant for Pacific states. So what role can parliaments play or now play or have played in the development of those SDGs in their identification? Sometimes this may have been forgotten, but in the 2015 declaration already it recalled the central role of parliaments in the implementation of these objectives through the parliamentary functions, through legislation, adoption of budgets, and of course, and also the parliamentary scrutiny and oversight. So why now should parliaments work on, engage with the SDGs? Because when we see what is the mandate of parliaments. It's a national forum, places where we discuss major topics, crucial topics for the development of the country. And SDGs apply to everyone, all the actors, all the players. And so by definition, by essence, the parliament is the place where these issues should be addressed. And parliaments are also, these are the very, they represent the population, they represent the communities, their population in all the diversity from a cultural, social, religious, sometimes ethnic, and so everyone has their voice that can be heard there. And this is essential so in order not to leave anyone by the roadside. So they can work as catalysts, where they can actually launch a debate on the public place, debates that they deem important. And another point is that parliaments are already working on SDGs, whether they are not aware of it or whether they do not even mention it. Because sometimes the connection, they don't see the connection with SDGs, but when you mention it, they say, okay, there is a connection here. I would like to maybe focus on the function of parliamentary oversight regarding SDGs, because sometimes this is something that is misunderstood, often misinterpreted, misunderstood, and sometimes it's seen or perceived as a contradiction to the government action, whereas oversight, parliamentary oversight, is something used to improve the public policies. And I would like to focus on this point, the assessment of public policies. What does this mean? It's the assessment of whether these policies are relevant, and also when you implement them, will they reach their goals? And parliamentary oversight also represents the implementation, the control, and the oversight of the implementation of the budget. So we have the notion of performance in the use of public funds, and if the public funds were used in an optimal manner, and so we always have to keep the human at the center, at the core of our project. So concretely, what does this mean? So this framework is not something which is imposed by a foreign country. Sometimes this can be perceived as an abstract framework, but it's a very practical tool which presents a method for analysis of the public policies. So this is a means for parliaments to have information, collect information through indicators, through statistics, in order to analyze the situation, and then later they will be able to act and make decisions. So they are also themselves catalysts for parliamentary action. Let me give you two examples. Following an analysis of a policy, the Parliament will be able to ask questions to the government based on the indicators that were identified at the national level, and sometimes also design some recommendations. So this is a concrete action that was allowed by these indicators. So what are the main challenges regarding SDGs and parliaments? So I was just talked about indicators. So the first challenge is to collect these data, these statistics, these indicators in some countries. These data are difficult to access, or difficult to access for parliamentarians. So the first question we should ask was, is there a national indicator? Have the SDG indicators, have they been localized? Do they also have a target? Do they have a baseline? If yes, if so, or if not, is there a proxy indicator, maybe in a national document, a national development plan, or a sectoral development plan with a similar or indicator? The second great challenge when working on SDGs is for parliaments is about the institutional capacity. When we talk about statistical data, when we talk about assessment of public policies, we need expertise, skills, competencies, which sometimes lack. Do the parliaments have these skills? If no, can parliaments have access to these skills in executive bodies, or have access at the international level? And so parliamentary officials are there to support parliamentarians in their work, including in these issues, the implementation of SDGs. And this requires some training, so you have to maybe this should be thought beforehand. The second issue is about coordination. The SDGs are a whole and must be taken and considered as a whole. But when parliamentary committees will work on sectorial policies and integrate those SDGs in them, they may have the tendency to work separately. When we thought about the blue economy and ocean resilience, we will see that several parliamentary committees may be involved. Fisheries, transport, the committee about climate change. It will depend according to the various parliaments. So they will work on the very core of these items, but this will require coordination between those committees. And we'll have to remind that there is no perfect template, but there are various responses, various solutions from various parliaments to initiate this coordination. Generally, we set flexible coordination mechanisms without creating or setting a new body which will require new funds, whereas funds are often limited. And this is the case everywhere in the world. I would like to talk about our work at the UNDP Pacific Office in order to support the parliaments of the Pacific Island states. Parliaments. We have 4 major projects for parliamentary projects. One which is specifically national, which is support for Fiji Parliament. 2 projects, regional projects. These 2 projects are funded, one by New Zealand and the other ones by Japan. These projects are classical parliamentary development projects in order to strengthen their capacity, in order to implement their institutional mandate through capacity building and reinforcing parliamentary committees, etc. We have a 3rd regional project which was initiated this year, which aims more specifically to reinforce the institutions, the actors of the external control, the public finance management, to audit parliaments first, but also account and also civil society for the adequate use and proper use of the public funds. And so it's in this framework that we are actually working with all the Pacific parliaments. So I will spare you all the activities we implement, but maybe two tools which today we have developed at the regional level to support this integration of SDGs in their daily work. First, it's the self-assessment about integration of SDGs. A methodology was developed by the IPU with the assistance of the United Nations, and this methodology, the first to implement this methodology is Fiji, the Parliament of Fiji. Vanuatu also recently, in last May, also carried out this self-assessment. And so self-assessment of parliaments about their ability to work on SDGs is not an end in itself. The idea is to have a very accurate analysis of the situation, either institutional framework, the relationships between the parliaments and the other bodies, for instance, the executive body, and also study the institutional capacity of parliaments to work on these technical issues, such as SDGs, and also show what are the political realities in the country at that time in order to define how parliaments can concretely work on these issues. A second tool I would like to present is a methodology recently at the regional level, and we provide a kind of toolkit for committees, for parliamentary committees, so that they can integrate SDGs in their daily work. Through the various functions, they have legislation, scrutiny, control of the budget. So we localized this methodology with the Parliament of Fiji. So this is a pilot project. We have a guidance note that was made in June, and we also supported its implementation in Fiji Parliament through training for parliamentarians and parliamentary officials. And so far, I think that the interest is high among parliamentarians in Fiji, and to even go even further. An example of a tool which is attached to this guidance note, it's a little leaflet for each committee, which enables to have a connection between the indicators of the international indicators and the national indicators, if these indicators have been localized, or maybe there are some other indicators in a national development plan. So these are some tracks, these are some avenues, these are some tools that we propose and that we can use to support some parliaments, and we are prepared and ready to extend this experience with other parliaments of the Pacific. Maururu. I hope I haven't been too long. Thank you. Of course, I will be available for any questions. So Jeff Jobro will now present our methodology about the role of Parliament in combating climate change.
beaucoup, Jean-Raphael, Monsieur le Président, Madame la Secrétaire générale, Président du Parlement, parlementaires. Je voudrais juste commencer à dire que, premièrement, ça c'est ma première fois
I would like
dans le
to
retour
say
du Pacifique.
this is my first time in
Vraiment,
the
vraiment
Pacific, and
très grand honneur pour
it
moi
is
d'être invité ici.
a great honor for me to be invited
Je
here.
suis vraiment étonné
I am
avec
quite
la chaleur de
astonished
ses habitants
by the warmth,
et la beauté de
fullness of its inhabitants, and the beauty of its
vraiment
landscapes.
pris et étonné.
It is a real
Deuxièmement, je
pleasure.
voudrais dire comme un Canadien que je suis vraiment
And
ravi,
as a Canadian, I
de
wanted
faire
to
ma
say
présentation
that
en français.
I'm
Comme
happy to
Canadien,
make my
une des
presentation in
valeurs,
French.
j'habite à Ottawa, la capitale.
I live in
Une de mes
Ottawa, the
valeurs
capital
plus
of
chaleureuses,
Canada,
plus importantes,
and one of my
l'habilité de parler
values
dans
is this
nos deux langues
ability
officielles, l'anglais et le
to
français.
speak in both
C'est vraiment
official
un honneur pour moi
languages,
d'être ici pour,
English and
présenter,
French.
aujourd'hui
So
et
it
de
is
faire la
an honor
présentation
for
en
me
français.
to make my
Je
presentation
dois
in
vous
French.
avertir que français c'est ma deuxième langue.
I
pas ma première
must
langue.
warn you that French is
Juste
my
pour
second language.
Brièvement décrire
So
le
very
projet que
briefly,
Jean-Raphael
to
mentionnait.
describe the project that
L'objectif c'est de préparer une liste des
he mentioned,
disponible par les parlements,
and
la
the goal
société
is
civile
to have
bureaux de vérificateur général
civil society
simplifier
and
dans
some
le
agency that
contrôle
will
parlementaire
verify to be all involved
du
in the
changement climatique.
parliamentary control in combating climate change.
Je vais vous juste souligner que
Let me stress here and
un peu de
highlight,
sens d'humeur que
I'm
Jean-Raphael
trying
a
to
mentionné
use
que
some
je
sense of
vais
humor.
décrire la méthodologie.
Jean-Raphael
Premièrement,
mentioned
décrire
that
la
I will
méthodologie
describe
après
a
le lunch.
methodology,
Après le déjeuner, c'est
but
pas
after
la
lunch
meilleure idée.
is really not the best time
Deuxièmement,
to do that.
j'ai à
And
peu près
secondly,
15 minutes.
I only have 15 minutes in front of me, so
15 heures de voyage.
as I mentioned, I've done 15 hours of travel, and to present 10 minutes for 10 minutes presentations, I thought it would be best maybe to just present you 5 ways for Parliament to be engaged in climate change.
Je voudrais aussi souligner que je
And
suis
I
ici
also
comme
would like to
expert,
stress
mais, aussi
the
comme
fact that I'm
étudiant.
here as an expert and specialist, but also a
partout du monde,
student.
très chanceuse dans le
I'm
Caraïbe,
very
l'Asie,
lucky myself in my
l'Afrique,
career
c'est la
that I
première
work
que je
in
suis
all
dans le
continents,
Pacifique.
but this is the first
Dans
time
la
I come
région du
in the
Pacifique.
Pacific region.
Chaque pays a son
Each
propre
country
capacité,
has its own
réalité,
capacity, its
culture
own
politique.
reality, and political culture.
Ce que je vais faire, c'est de
So
présenter
what
des
I will
idées.
do is just to introduce you to some
Et la
ideas,
discussion,
but it's up to you
on
and
aura
the
la
discussion
chance
that will follow up
d'écouter ce
for
que
you
vous
to
croyez va marcher
hear
dans votre
what you
région.
think from your own perspective will work
Donc, je vais
in the
commencer
region.
avec 5 façons au lieu d'une méthodologie très très longue.
So I will just present you 5 ways instead of a methodology that will be too long. Is there anyone against that?
Donc, premièrement, en ce qui
No,
concerne
okay.
le processus
So
budgétaire,
first,
le
regarding
rôle du Parlement dans
the
l'approbation
expenditure
du budget fait
forecasts
partie,
and budget
d'une fonction
process,
comme parlementaire ex ante.
there's the ex ante
Une des façons dont
is
Parlement
one
peut
way.
s'impliquer dans la lutte
So this
contre
is
le changement
a way for the Parliament to be
c'est
involved
d'examiner
in
les prévisions
the
de
battle
dépenses
against
relatives
climate
au changement
change
climatique dans le cadre de
as
du
part
processus
of
d'approbation.
budget approval process.
Je vous
Is to
fournis avec des
review the
exemples,
expenditure
des illustrations
forecasts.
plutôt que des,
So
des
this
longues
is a
discussions
table
et
instead of a
explications.
long discussion and
Mais ça,
explanations.
c'est un exemple de Bangladesh, par
This
exemple,
is
qui a
an
préparé une feuille
instance
de route
that is
pour
related
la
to
mise en œuvre de
Bangladesh,
la contribution
who
nationale
has,
de
which has prepared a roadmap
Vous pouvez voir dans le coin
in the expenditure
supérieur une comparaison
forecast
donnée
on
sur
the
l'autre
top
dépense
right
par domaine
corner.
thématique. Donc,
You
comme
see
comme
the
des
themes.
parlementaires, ça vous donne
As
l'occasion
parliamentarians,
de demander des questions,
this is
de
an
tenir avec
opportunity
des
for
audiences,
you
des
to
fonctionnaires,
ask
et
questions
demander
with some
des
officials.
par exemple,
For
ici,
example,
c'est possible que vous
here,
demandiez
maybe you will ask,
quelle sorte de, quand nous parlons de capacité
when we are dealing with capacity building and institutional strengthening, what are the capacities, type of capacities you're offering? What are you doing, and what in percentage this year, for instance? And at the same time, regarding infrastructure, the percentage has increased from last year, between last year and this year. So what are the activities that you have started, and why is there any increase in the budget regarding infrastructure? What are the justifications? So these type of questions could be coming out of looking at this kind of table. The second way is to hold an inquiry into the implementation of progress against the government's climate change targets. If we talk about a report, annual report of the Climate Change, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee, and we take the Welsh government's progress, and this report assesses the progress made by the Welsh governments in terms of progress, in terms of climate change mitigation. So the Commission will examine the latest emissions, oral submissions or written submissions, and will ask the government, why didn't you reach the targets you have set? What are the corrective actions to be undertaken to reach those goals? Why is the UK managed to reduce its emissions to more than 25%? These kinds of questions can arise looking at this way. Third way, don't forget I only have 15 minutes in front of you, so seek the support of experts and researchers. I work a lot with small parliamentarians. I'm talking about small parliaments with 20 seats only. In the Caribbean islands, and even in Canada, there are 3 territories, about 20, or that includes 20 to 25 seats in some of these territories. The number of researchers are very low. And this could be a challenge. We see today the usefulness of technical experts that contribute to dialogue and discussions on climate change. For instance, in Wales, so the Committee on Climate Change, Environment and Rural Committee, is supported the Climate Change Expert Reference Group, and this is here. So this is what they write in their report. The expert reference group was disappointed. So this is a very sharp language from independent experts. It's not political language. They're quite straightforward. Number 4, the fourth way. Very soon we are going to watch a video. But to request a performance audit of the government's climate change practices. If I provide you here with an example from Canada, in 2018, a auditors general in the provincial level made a checking and assessment on the action of climate change on Canada. These auditors general offices are independent offices from the government. You can see here their findings on the screen
de la vérification. Mais actuellement,
after
maintenant, on va
the assessment.
regarder
But
l'audience des vérificatrices générales fédérales devant la Commission de l'environnement au niveau fédéral du
the
Canada.
bad news, however,
Quand on montre une vidéo d'habitude on a de popcorn,
usually when you watch a video, you have popcorns. Do we have popcorns here? No?
Okay, non, okay, c'est trop
Oh,
tard. Okay.
too bad,
Prochaine fois,
too
je
late.
demanderai plus tôt.
Maybe next time I
Monsieur
ask
Contant,
earlier.
est-ce qu'on peut commencer de
I'm
montrer les
happy,
vidéos?
but
Je vais
maybe
juste
we
dire
can
que
show
avant
the
qu'on
video,
commence,
and before
qu'on
that,
va
I'll
avoir
just
une
tell
audience
you that there will
avec
be
le
an audience
sous-vérificateur général du Canada
with
au
the
niveau fédéral, qui
general
présente devant le
auditors
comité
of Canada,
d'environnement les constatations
and who presents
de la
the
vérification que
findings
je vais venir de
of the
mentionner.
assessment they made.
Je vais juste mentionner, je
Let
vais
me
juste
just
montrer un
stress
clip de
here.
1 minute et 15 secondes et on
It's
va
only
continuer
a
la
video of
présentation.
a minute and 15 seconds, and then we're going to.
Mais il y a des moins bonnes nouvelles.
The bad
Il
news,
reste encore
however,
beaucoup de travail à faire. Les audits sur les changements climatiques ont montré que dans l'ensemble,
is that the work Canada needs to do is far from done. The audit work on climate change show that overall, no government in Canada has met all its climate change commitments. Most who have set greenhouse gas reduction targets are not on track to meet them. And no government is fully prepared to adapt to the impacts of climate change. In other words, Canada still has a long way to go. As I said, most governments are not on track to meet their targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. 7 governments had not set an overall reduction target for 2020. 6 jurisdictions had the federal government and British Columbia, Ontario, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and Newfoundland and Labrador. Of those who had targets, 2 are on track to achieve them, New Brunswick and Nova Scotia.
Donc, un rapport d'un vérificateur
So,
indépendant
the report from this independent Auditors General has been presented that way.
définitivement lié avec
Number 5 is very much tied and linked to the number 4, is to hold a public accounts or other committee hearing. And there, the report of the Auditor General. This auditor has given an audience. It's important to have the officials there that could come and witness and present their findings and explain in front of the governments and the parliaments why there were such findings presented by the General Auditor. So you can get the type of table you have in front of you on the screen. So the first advice for the committee, public committee, you have written in update with dates, with the keys, actions, the key interim missions in order in terms of length and time and date. So this prevents, such table, this prevents some vague answers to questions you may have, because things are written quite specifically. What is also important is for the committee to issue recommendations for departments to take corrective action, to prevent or to take corrective actions.
Quatrième, et même je vous ai juste
And
fourni, je vous ai fourni avec
I also provided you with an example of a committee recommendation here. And the next step will be to pursue the dialogue and request and ask for answers from the government, who is supposedly going to bring you answers within 80 to 120 days. And then, ideally, it will be to hold follow-up hearings. In my career working with parliamentarians, I found out that if you do not have steps and recommendations, such as the step number C and the D one requiring a government's response, or E step holding following hearings, what you will have is officials that will come and be sitting for 2 hours explaining what they've done, and they would then leave the room and say, "This is done," and I'm so relieved. But in reality, it's not over, because you need to make recommendations, require government response, and to add more pressure, and to continue on adding pressure with by holding following up hearings. So this is the end. I promise you with five ways. It's just a proposal, but it's really up to you to decide. And if you have questions, I made some discussion questions about the projects that we discussed. If you take the first question, does your legislature have a robust committee system that would allow for committee hearings as part of the legislative process? Second question, does your legislature have an active public accounts committee? There are some 3 or 4 active public accounts committees, but the last questions I have is, how can we move beyond the traditional partisanship associated with the ex-ante, ex-post budget process? So this is the end of I'm going to stop my presentation, and I'll be keen and interested to hear your views.
Est-ce qu'il y a des questions à l'égard au sujet de ces deux présentations? Est-ce qu'il y a des points que mesdames et messieurs les présidents et les membres de Parlement pourraient vouloir discuter entre eux peut-être aussi? Il n'y a pas de traduction?
Sorry,
Are there any questions or comments, maybe on those two presentations, or anything that on those subjects that the members, the speakers, would like to discuss together? Yes, please.
Honorable Chairman, I would like to request an opportunity to present a question to our presenters this afternoon. The distinguished gentleman, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation this afternoon. My name is Samuel Malaysia of American Samoa. I'm a member of the House of Representatives. I'm very interested in the work that the UNDP is doing in the Pacific, and I'm also very keen on seeking different avenues of assistance for our small island territory. As you might be aware, American Samoa is a United States territory, so all of our parliamentary procedures go through the United States Congress, including the State Department.
I was interested to ask if the UNDP provides any assistance to American territories like American Samoa, in light of the fact that American Samoa is an observer state in the United Nations. That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. As a matter of fact, the UNDP Pacific Office covers 15 countries, actually 14 countries and one territory, 14 independent states, and also one territory, one New Zealand territory, Tokelau. We are not currently, the Pacific Office, working in American Samoa per se, which means we are not providing some assistance, direct assistance to the American Samoan institutions. However, what could be explored, and I invite you maybe to have a discussion later on, something that we are doing in the parliamentary development portfolio that I'm working on. We are including parliaments from outside the region as resources in the spirit of the exchange of practices, and very much like this event this week, in the spirit of interparliamentary collaboration and cooperation, which is an aspect that we are trying to strengthen throughout the Pacific. So it's something definitely that we could explore, but at the moment, our mandate at the UNDP Pacific Office does not cover the territory of American Samoa. Fiji, apologies.
Thank you.
Honorable Member.
I'm Miti Limbulanoda from Fiji, Government of Fiji, Parliament. My questions are two big questions. One, let me explain first. We've been talking in the morning and now how we can improve our environment, our world, be a better place to live in, through SDGs or human rights, whatever we may call it. And we also heard that the ocean is in trouble. Before that, we heard that the land is in trouble because of forest devastation, overworking of the land, erosion, and so on and so forth. Now the ocean is in trouble. In reality, the people is in trouble. The human being is in trouble. That's why I said that all these happenings are caused by human beings, by the people. We are, because of our greediness. We do as much as we can, but certainly need to do corrective measures to be able to get our place right again. One important area that I need to, maybe, I don't know why it's a question or somebody else has a question, is our foundation of having our human rights and SDG goals as a foundation of human being. That's what I'm questioning. Why should we stop at a foundation as human being? Because that human being himself is the cause of the problem, cause of the trouble himself. And we're making that as our yardstick. Why not have our yardstick as the God, the creator, who is above the human being, who created the human being? And we have our yardstick directed to that, to the human being and to the creator who created all this, because that's perfect. If making our yardstick as human being, we are fallible, we are sinful. We accept that. But we accept the way that we are going through our human rights and sustainable developments in order to achieve that. But in many of the island countries here in the Pacific, we believe that there is a God creator. The formula should go right up to the God creator as a sovereign Lord of these countries and the world as it is. Secondly, how can we do that? Can we do that through UN or SDG here, or maybe we take it to the interfaith group in our various countries and have this inculcated in the way that they present to their own culture and own churches and so on. Secondly, is the education of this human being. It's important that we increase the way of educating them, particularly in the island countries, at churches, in the family, and also in the Valua system.
there are also structures in there that we need to educate them of the problems that we are now facing. Land, ocean, human being the cause of all this, and I need to really root it back to measure ourselves to the Lord God Creator, and also to educate them to do the right thing at all times, not to make it worse, but to make it better. Those are the two big questions there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Can we maybe take a couple of other questions before having a round of answers? Are there any other questions, Honourable Members? Lord Speaker of Tonga.
Just want to thank His Excellency, the Speaker of Jean-Raphael. I just want to ask you specifically this question. It's based on Jeff Debro's 5 points for parliaments to act on. And I take note of the first one, and that's for parliaments to review the climate change expenditure forecasts as part of the budget appraisal approach. As you know, the UNDP has a floating budget analysis office, and our Legislative Assembly in Tong, I've been fortunate enough to have that office analyze our government budget for the last 2 financial years. Now that I'm aware of this step, I would like to include that in future budget analysis. And I think that's a practical way of including climate change and sensitizing our processes to what we need to do. Second to that, point number 3, seek support of experts and researchers. I think on the ground, most of our members would be hard-pressed to understand the science behind climate change. So more workshops and more forums like the one that we're in today to explain from an expert's perspective that climate change is in fact real and the science behind it, like the acidification of the ocean, sea level rising, the implications of deoxygen, I can't say it, but you know, we heard it this morning, and how that impacts everyday lives back in the islands. We hear about sea level rising and the possibility of losing a lot of our land masses and possibly our EEZ as well. I think that's something far down the line, because we're talking, you know, 10, 20, 50 years from now, maybe 100, I don't know. But in terms of practically making an impact with my members back at home, I think it's important that this information is disseminated to every member in our legislatures. You know, more well-resourced parliaments, probably New Zealand, maybe others, have the expertise in-house and within their governments. But I think in order for us to act as legislative assemblies, we need to be informed. And I think that point number 3, seek support from experts. I would like to ask right now for experts to come to Tonga and explain this to my legislative assembly. Those are the 2 points that I just had to raise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lord Speaker. Monsieur Verger.
Merci.
Thank you first. This is the first time, Mr. Verger. First time I would like to thank Mr. Speaker Tong, the President of the Assembly of French Polynesia. I can imagine all the efforts you made, you and with your staff, for the well-being of all the delegations. And I wanted to thank you, the President of the government, and also to all the French Polynesian population for their hospitality on behalf of the Wallis and Futuna delegation. And I would like to salute you and greet you. Thank you. Before asking my question, I wanted to thank you also because this is the first time I have the opportunity as a lawmaker, as the president of lawmakers, and I have two colleagues behind me who are members of this Parliament of Wallis and Futuna, to thank you, because it is clear that our democracies rely on these legislatures, on these assemblies in those specific countries represented here. For some, it's the first time we see each other, we meet, but often it's easier for, we're not in a competitive situation. All the executive people meet regularly in the Pacific area, but those lawmakers of the Pacific do not meet so often. So I would like to thank you for giving us this opportunity to meet among us. And it's been such a warm welcome, because we are here at the heart of the Assembly of French Polynesia. And I would like to thank the elected officials for being seated in their chairs. And Wallis and Futuna are very grateful for this initiative. And I hope you open the path, the way, and that we will go on like this. I wanted to put a question. We saw a procedure of control, oversight, scrutiny of public policies, and I wanted to ask you, don't you have a lighter solution for smaller territories? Because in Wallis and Futuna, we're only 20 members of the Assembly. So our capacities required for such high-level combats will require some technical and scientific skills, and also regarding the innovation required to combat climate change for isolated members of this Assembly. Although we hope that we will strike up relationships with other parliaments of the Pacific, maybe this would enable Wallis and Futuna. So I humbly talk about my very small territory where our elites are in foreign countries and they don't want to live in Wallis and Futuna, and parliaments have also to deal with other issues outside and climate. We have to deal with social issues, with cultural issues, with political issues. And when an expert comes to our place, it costs a lot of money. And so I just wanted to ask you, for really small island states with very small budget, how can we have good quality technical assistance and support from experts like you? Do you see any solution for us if we want to control our budget, control our actions, and the actions we can carry out collectively with the others?
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr.
Une autre question, peut-être?
Mr. Speaker.
Last question.
Last question, maybe, in the audience.
Madam Speaker, from the Cook Islands.
Thank you very much, Jean-Raphael, and also the new colleague who's come all the way from Canada to join us. Thank you. I think it's really important also we add a little bit of the discussion about SDGs. When we talk about 3, when we talk about 14, and the topic that we've come here today is about parliamentarians. I think 17 automatically becomes attached to those, because we're here today to look at the role of the parliamentarians, which is in SDG 17 as governance, being responsible for what we're talking about today. I think in each of our countries, because our people are exposed to the negative effects of climate change, our people are probably a lot more versed about their role in what to do with climate change. So with looking at the roles of the parliamentarians, as you've said, in their particular roles, the legislation oversight and representation, I think that's where some focus needs to happen. We need all our members of parliament to be educated in this very, very important role that they have. You have put on your PowerPoints today some very, very, I won't say simple, but quite clear what the parliamentarians need to do in overseeing that SDG of climate change, and also with the finances, the PAC, Public Accounts Committee responsibilities. Because I think at the moment the Public Accounts Committee are looking at the whole budget of the government. I'm not sure that it actually focuses in to individual items as such yet. And each of our governments have an office that's responsible for the monitor, evaluation and reporting of the SDGs. And I'm not sure that that is coming to the attention of the parliamentarians for debate and discussion enough in the parliament. So there are some areas we need to look at that can improve the system for parliamentarians. That's my view. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yes, please, yes. Honorable Senior.
Thank you very much. I want to thank you for that very enlightening presentation, both presentations, in providing parliamentarians a means of looking at policies that are adopted with regards to climate change. I'm particularly interested in looking at the pilot project that you mentioned that's in Fiji. And you said there's guidance and notes, and I was wondering if we'd be able to get access to those and maybe take a look at those. Also for Jeff's presentation, how are we able to access? I took notes, but I'd like to get those, especially the 5 steps. I missed 2, but I got 1, 3, 4, and 5, and would really appreciate an opportunity to get more information and get those to take back home to conduct oversight. I thank you again. I really, a way forward for parliamentarians to be able to really question, what's happening with climate change funding, and to ask those questions that, well, before now I didn't really know what to ask, but you've kind of given me a roadmap, so I thank you for that presentation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senior. I think we'll now answer, we'll take it in reverse. Regarding your question about the guidance notes, and especially the work that I mentioned on this regional guidance notes, on the work or the engagement of the parliamentary committees with the SDGs. Well, very simple answer, in fact. Yes, we will be pleased to share it with you. And in fact, thanks to the government of New Zealand, we now have additional funds for Palau to support your assembly. Still limited funds, but we can, in fact, now expand some pilot projects with you, to you. So I will be pleased to discuss that with you later on, and I'm sure it might be of interest. Do you want to answer the second question on your presentation? Okay. No problem. Madam Speaker, dear Madam Speaker, yes, indeed, you're absolutely right. The SDG 16, 16, in fact, is what is very often called the SDG of the parliamentarians. So it's the one which aims at improving governance processes, improving accountability within the states, the nation states of the United Nations. It is in fact very much the SDG we are working on. So I would tend to say that our entire program in assistance to your parliaments are in fact focusing on the SDG 16 as a matter of fact. So it's also because of a question of time that I did not mention it earlier and focused a bit on the ones which were directly linked to the subject or to the substance of this conference. But yes, you're absolutely right. And we will be pleased to continue working with you on that, definitely. Lord Speaker, you were mentioning one of our activities, one of our pilot projects, in fact. Now, it's not a pilot anymore, it's a success even, I would say so, not very humbly. It's the Floating Budget Office. It is a project that we have developed. First, we have piloted it in Fiji a couple of years ago, 3 years ago. And the idea is indeed, Madam Speaker as well, it answers partly to your question related to the access to expertise. Very often, small parliaments, small legislatures in the Pacific do not have access to this expertise, do not have this expertise in-house, but still have some of it. Very often you have one good researcher, sometimes two, sometimes more, sometimes not at all, but you can find in different countries, in different parliaments across the Pacific, researchers who can do this job. The whole idea of this floating budget office was that when budgets are coming through parliaments in the Pacific, during the budget season, we try and pool the expertise which can be found in those different parliaments and send it to the parliament working on the budget at that moment in time. And the product of this mission is, as you know, Lord Speaker, the development, the drafting of briefing notes on the budget, explanatory notes, briefing notes for the members, so that the members of parliament can debate and vote on the budget with some substance, some knowledge about it. Because as we know, budgets are very complicated. The budget documents are very often just a series of numbers, almost impossible to understand for anyone, actually. So that's the whole idea of it. And we are very pleased that we have been able to implement that project in Tonga, twice already, actually. As you know, we stand by as well for the next years. And we would be pleased as well to include, and we actually have been already discussing about it, a dimension more specifically on climate change related expenditures or budget. So a specific briefing maybe could be developed during the next mission of the Floating Budget Office, or maybe even more than that, a proper document, more than a briefing, that goes a bit more into the depth of the budget, of the forecast expenditures on climate change policies. So yes, definitely, we would be pleased to continue working with you on that. Monsieur Verger,
Mr. Speaker, for Alison Fortuna, you mentioned about the assessment of public policies. During my presentation on how SDGs could be used, some guidance notes that we designed and implemented in some parliaments. Wallis and Futuna, the case for Wallis and Futuna is the same as American Samoa. The UNDP in the Pacific doesn't have a mandate to work with Wallis and Futuna as such, so we would have some difficulty in implementing support projects directly with your assembly. However, in a spirit of strengthening interparliamentary cooperation and collaboration, we could consider collaborations, and we could discuss about this, because in some cases you stressed, for instance, the fact that you lacked resources and capacity, but maybe some of our experiences, or maybe some of your experiences and your expertise could be of interest for parliaments around you, and maybe you could plan some exchanges that would be beneficial in both sides. So this is a proposal I'm making here, and we could discuss this.
Merci, Jean-Raphael.
Thank you, Jean-Raphael. I will start with Mr. Verger, but I will answer in English.
And I'm going to ask my friend Gaston behind the scenes if he could go to slide 15 of my presentation. Hopefully you're still with us. Possibly not. Okay. So you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. I completely understand where you're coming from. And I do have a slide in my presentation on the challenges with parliaments in small states. And I decided to skip it, maybe to provoke the kind of remark that you made, which makes perfect sense. My experience in the Caribbean, which I would say is quite extensive, is that the British parliamentary system does not scale down from 450 members down to 20 members. We see that in our small provinces as well. I'd like to hear from you in terms of what capacity issues your parliament faces. In the case of the small states that I work in, oh, thank you. Slide 15, please. In the parliaments that I work in the Caribbean, some of the issues are, tend to be the lack of a critical mass of non-cabinet ministers. So if you have a parliament of 20 members and you've got 15 members who are in cabinet and a speaker, you don't have the critical mass of government backbenchers and opposition members who are able to play the scrutiny role. I don't know if that's the case here. I'd be very interested to hear. But in the Caribbean, many of the parliamentarians in small parliaments are part-time. And obviously, we all know that that's not possible to be a parliamentarian on a part-time basis. Support to parliamentary committees is often extremely limited, as Jean-Raphael said. I think in many, and I use the term small states here in the Caribbean. I don't think that's appropriate to use in the Pacific, so I just emphasize that I'm applying that for the Caribbean, that I think often governments in small states in the Caribbean often see Parliament as something they have to convene for the purposes of convenience. Yes, okay, it's convention, we're going to convene Parliament to pass the budget, but the government has 18 of the 20 seats. It's just a formality to convene Parliament. So the role of Parliament is extremely minimal in those situations. In most of the countries in the Caribbean, the Public Accounts Committee is ineffective. There may be about 4 PACs that are active in the region. Happy to tell you more about that. And just to skip over to Madam Speaker from the Cook Islands for a second, external audit capacity. That is, the information that's provided to the Public Accounts Committee is often severely lacking. So just to say I understand, maybe some of the issues that I've dealt with in the past, one is that there is a role for what is known as Committee of the Whole. Not every parliament. So again, the first question about the committees, not every parliament will conduct scrutiny in committee. That role can be played in Committee of the Whole. And I'd be very interested to hear whether that's something that you think is possible. I think the other issue around research is when you're dealing with small parliaments is the potential for collaboration and regional collaboration. Large countries don't necessarily look at that, but when you're talking about a smaller parliament, I guess regional collaboration is another way to get around some of the capacity constraints associated with smaller states. Maybe just, Madam Speaker, from the Cook Islands, with regards to public accounts committees, and thank you very much for your very kind remarks. I would just add that I think it's very important that it really is not helpful generally for Public Accounts Committee capacity building without significant resources being allocated to the Supreme Audit Institution or the National Level Audit Office. In many, many cases, the audit offices are not providing Parliament with the kind of information they need to make to understand government performance, for example. So, what we looked at with the Canadian example of whether the government was meeting its targets, there are only a handful of audit offices. I would imagine, I think we have a representative from New Zealand here. I would imagine that New Zealand would be one of the offices that would provide that type of capacity. Certainly the National Audit Office in the UK would be another.
but they're very limited. And generally the capacity is extremely weak. So one of the issues that comes up all the time is the potential for a regional audit in which more than one audit office get together. That way there's shared methodology and it's also more difficult for the audit office to say, you know what, this is too difficult, I'm out. They've got that support. But really without investing resources in the audit office, the information that's going to Parliament through the Public Accounts Committee will not be sufficient. I hope that makes sense. Lord Speaker from Tonga, my response is a little bit more amorphous in the sense that I think I need to get some more detail from you on your comments. You were talking about experts and the need for explaining the science behind climate change. And of course, that's a little different than the inputs that we were talking about. So it sounds like I'd like to get a better sense of whether there's been discussion in your Parliament of for example, what the government is doing to raise awareness about climate change. That would be a question that I would be very interested in. Does the government have a climate change plan? There's certainly battles in Canada. We have an election that was just called today. There's certainly battles in Canada, ideological battles about climate change. There's no question about it at the federal and provincial level. So I'm getting the sense what you're really saying is before you get down to the scrutiny, there has to be a level of awareness. And I'd be interested to see if that's an issue in other parliaments as well, because if it is, Jean-Raphael, that's quite a serious issue. And the need to raise the awareness about the science of climate change before you can get to the scrutiny. So I'd be very interested. I think so in a way my response is putting more questions out there for you. I hope I haven't missed anything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up questions?
Hopefully, when we speak from Tonga, Mr. Berger, you have some response.
Jean-Raphael and Jeff, I'd just like to acknowledge the, answering my question. The thing about the capacity building for the members of Tonga's Legislative Assembly, without putting anyone down, I think that's a conversation that we can have outside of this forum, to be put quite diplomatically. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Speaker. Thank you very much. Oh, there is a question, sorry. Honorable member from Fiji.
Thank you, sir. It's just not really a question, just a comment. I can see that the whole House here agrees with the resolutions we have come up with. The issue here is, I can see, is to the whole knowledge has to go down to our people. They are the people. We have to take that approach from bottom up. Now, at this level, we have good knowledge, but the difficulty is to go down to down to our people. And that will be a challenge, as I've seen that parliaments are restricted due to numbers. And what plan is there with the UN on our Secretariat teams to work on, see how best we can go down to our people, the knowledge that we have. Thank you.
Very much, Honourable Member. Please.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Sebastian Moreno from the Republic of Palau. I think I've experienced in so many different ways in which different organizations are coming into the community to support activities on the ground, such as what we're talking about today. And I can allude to what the gentleman and distinguished colleague from Fiji just mentioned. I think education and awareness is one aspect of which we need to really focus on it, go down on the ground level and bring it up. But in the absence of sustainable approach, in many ways, financing has always been dried up, moved out, and then everybody go back to the same original way of life. So I think we need to focus on
education and sustainability of every activity, project, program that we implement on the ground level in different communities, or otherwise it would be just a waste of effort and finances. Thank you.
Another question, I believe. Hello, please.
Yeah, hello, okay. Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, Chairman, with regard to these two gentlemen, my colleagues, about starting a project from the community up, I'd like to share, and he should have shared it because I expected my colleagues to share with you. But in Palau, we have created what we call the PAN, Protected Area Network, which is a community-based program where we started from the community. So it's the community that gets together and decide on what area of their region they want to conserve, whether it's the wetland or the reef or part of the ocean. But at the end of the day, it's the program that they created and they agreed to. So if you put all the community together to come up with the same idea, it works for the overall health of the nation as far as environmental is concerned. And that's been started in Palau, and it has progressed throughout the whole Micronesia, and I think it's already been practices in Hawaii, I'm sure, through Micronesian Challenge. So I just want to share with you with the community-based conservation schemes that we're doing.
Thank you very much, Honorable Reklai. Any other comments or question maybe? So maybe I would just like to note your two comments and questions, and very much agree with you as well, dear members, about the importance of the community, the importance of the people, of the population, and obviously as well of the education aspects. And here I would like just to mention, to note that parliamentarians also have a role in that education process. It's not only pure education, but it's also outreach, how the parliamentarians are getting engaged with their circumstances and also share the knowledge that they have. And in the part, obviously, I could not really go too much into the details in my presentation, but even on the SDGs are very abstract. It's very vague when you look at it at first. It's not very interesting as well. Most people are not really interested by it. They think it's something coming from New York, and they are not interested at all. And it's also our work, to all of us, and also to you parliamentarians, to explain what it is about, what is the substance behind the acronym, the UN acronym. There is something. It's about protecting the land. It's about protecting the environment, so protecting their future. So I very much agree. It goes down to the education, and the education is actually the responsibility of all of us, and perhaps especially parliaments and parliamentarians. Honorable Member.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd just like to share with you, and perhaps just last week, our Parliament passed a law of giving Cabinet the authority to issue instructions on protected areas, maritime protected bill, legislation, sorry. It came out very strongly from members that it should not be just Cabinet alone that deals with this. It should be in consultation with communities. Communities are resource owners. They are the people expected to police these protected areas. So, you know, it is very much aware in our jurisdiction, and that the communities are critical in the involvement of these kind of matters that been to Cabinet or Parliament. That it should not be a matter for the officials and the minister to deal with, but communities should be part of it. I thought I'd just share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, Jeff.
Well, I was just going to say thank you very much for the comment. I think one thing we didn't talk about too much today was or at least in our presentations, was the representative role of parliamentarians. And I think Jean-Raphael, you started to talk about that a little bit with respect to the outreach. But I think that's one of the essential components of elements of a parliament, that when you have small parliaments where the majority of the members are ministers, what gets lost is that public consultation element. And so one of the questions is, what can small parliaments do to consult with the public? And that goes back to what we were mentioning with Monsieur Verger, which is often witnesses can be called in parliaments, for example, in committee of the whole. It's not necessary to have if you have a small parliament, to have a committee of 7 or 8 members. Often members will hold town halls with their constituents. I don't know if that's a practice that is prevalent in your jurisdiction, but that's certainly another option. And I guess I would ask whether members have one-on-one time for constituents to be able to listen to their concerns. But I think around the budget, my experience working with small parliaments is that it's usually a one-way transfer of information. That is, the government decides the budget, and then they communicate it to the people. And that's pretty much it. And so the question is, how do you build in those feedback loops to make sure it's working in both ways? Are there pre-budget consultations that are being held? Because if it's after the budget has been tabled, it's very embarrassing for a government to back off and say, okay, we're going to change our policy, or we're going to change a particular aspect of the budget. So can this be held as part of pre-budget consultations? Those are some of the options that I think are potentially out there.
Thank you, Jeff. Honorable speakers, members, chers membres. Commentaires, questions. Je pense que nous sommes arrivés à la fin de cette session. Je vous remercie pour ces discussions très intéressantes pour nous et je vous propose aussi que nous continuions les discussions par la suite, notamment en ce qui concerne les sujets de nos présentations et peut-être aussi un appui potentiel ou une collaboration, une coopération que nous pourrions engager, notamment dans le cadre de la méthodologie, qui n'en est pas une, sur le changement climatique, mais aussi de manière plus générale. Nous sommes à votre disposition, nous sommes là jusqu'à la fin de la conférence et nous serions ravis de continuer ces discussions avec vous. Voilà, je passe la parole, je retourne la parole au président de l'Assemblée.
Merci. Je vous demande d'applaudir nos intervenants pour la qualité de leur exposé.
Thank you. I would like to a round of applause for all our speakers and the quality of their interventions. And it's such an honor to have the UN friends from the UN programs to be with us. And I'm now going to give the floor to Raimana, who's get the details of the...
Nous avons terminé nos travaux en séance. Nous avons également des précisions sur la suite.
What is coming next, especially for tomorrow morning.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci
Thank
à
you,
nos intervenants.
Mesdames
et messieurs,
honorable
nous
speaker,
arrivons à la
and
fin de
to
cette première journée.
honorable keynote speakers. We are come to the conclusion of working day. You will probably get back to your hotels, but be ready at 6:30 p.m. Be ready in the lobby of your hotel at 6:30 p.m.
Autre information
if you want
importante,
to be
pour
part
demain matin,
and take
comme
part
vous
of
le savez, nous avons une
the
visite
cocktail party at the
hors de
presidential palace of French Polynesia. And on Thursday,
être prêt, là aussi, à
we
5
start early, and you need to be ready at 5:15 a.m. so that you'll be able to pay a visit to the Papeete Harbor, and then we'll have a breakfast here at the hall of the Assembly. So thank you for this first day of conference.